Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse the classic green screen problems behind me. I guess I'll have to board this place shut and live in darkness or something to avoid the sun hitting that green screen. Thank you to Fabian and the Myth for the bits during the intro. Thank you to Zenmuro, Shegas, and Kuwataba for the follows during the intro. Welcome, everybody. We're chilling in the chosen world, whatever the setup world we have here. And I have, I'm actually gonna try some setup stuff here, but some things that have happened during the time between the streams here is I caught up on Clover's run of Chosen. And what is that? Tomorrow! I just had to kill a bit again. Thank you so much! Lost train of thought. It's also extremely hot in my studio. Could be combined with the sun. I need to do something about this. It's brain-meltingly hot. But yeah, one thing that is apparent to me is that some of the items need retweaking, that's for sure. But there are some apparent problems in the tweaking of it. Phil 4000, thank you for the follow. Welcome, everybody. But the main one is I don't think I can really avoid this idea of having a base difficulty and a repeat difficulty for items anymore. It just seems inevitable. It is unbalancing the game too much. So what I want to try to do today is, that's why I'm going to need some setup time here, is I'm going to try to set up so that we can actually do some balancing in just a spreadsheet before we actually start coding it into the game, because I think that's just going to be more useful at the end of the day, really. What? Why are you saying that? Huh. Alright, well, I hope it's okay. Let me know if the sound is really a problem. I'm getting a notification that one of my tabs is playing sound from the stream. I'm not hearing anything, but it seems pretty bad. Nell Bell, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it did, no answer. But I don't usually spreadsheet on my stream, so I'm gonna see if I can get it up so we can actually watch it together here. Okay, good. I have no real idea of how this works. Hold on a minute. Let me try to sort this out. Oh, that's actually quite horrible, but okay. Give me a moment here. I'm sorry. That's not too bad, actually. Oh, the sizes are all wrong. Dang. Oh, cool, that worked. Okay. Just doing some OBSE setup stuff. Which means I think we can now do this, and we're gonna get a nice little spreadsheet. Being organized, wow. I'm actually super tired today. Hey! Green screen's sorted out. I guess the sun laughed off. I'm not going to use yours as the base because I want completely new calculations and I want to be in control of everything myself. We'll see how this works. I hope this is like decently visible to people. It's also all white, and I don't know really if I can do much about that. So I don't have like compositing layers or anything in OBS. It's a feature request. It's been there for a long time. So where do we start? Okay, so one thing. Is I wanted to, while we do this, probably tweak the difficulty curves and add a difficulty setting. Because it just makes sense, right? So, starting difficulty. Easy increase. So if we do something like this, I hope you can see this. The text is a little small, but whatever. And I don't exactly know what numbers we have now. Maybe we can find that out. There's a lot of stuff I don't like know by heart. Starting is 4. Cool. I wish I knew where that was. Let's see, what can I do this? This is the increased difficulty function as it is now. So it's exactly what Noinaster just said there. It's times 1.3, which is times 13 divided by 10, plus 4. But I don't know what the base is, but it doesn't really matter that much, I guess. Oh, because the first is 0? Oh, fine. I guess that means that we have two things. We have an easy modifier. Let me bring back the spreadsheet. Or multiplier, maybe. It's actually... Hey, Matic. And then we also have an easy... And now, obviously, these are all in a weird order. Oh. What did I just... Oh. Can I move this? Yeah. Cool. So if we say that the current stuff is probably on the hard end, I would guess. Is that fair? Because I know people have been giving me the feedback that the game is really hard. It's kind of how I like it. And it was meant to be hard, but I don't know if that's reasonable. But the multiplier is currently 1.3, the addition is 4. Well, I guess the starting difficulty doesn't really matter. I can delete this. Best so far has been day 14, okay. Interesting. So one thing we can do is day and diff easy, medium, hard. Oh, come on, really? Thought it would be better than that. There we go. Let's do up to day 50 or something. See if we can get this set up. So let's do the hard one first. Is this, no, the previous day times the multiplier plus the addition. And then I would love to make this go downwards, but last I tried to do this. Excel is smart enough to do this, but Google Docs is not. Let's see if it's been improved. It certainly has not. Oh well. I've gotten, I don't know how many days, but I think I've gone up to 20 something days, but it might have not been in this version, but oh, this is a bit annoying. Can I like pin this to? You need to add a dollar cells for the modifier. Oh, cool. So if I do this, is what you're saying? Okay, cool. Very good. Seems right. Oh, it's dollars to both? Ah, I see. Let's start over. Because this is very interesting stuff. That's the one I actually want to move. Cool. And then also, this is just an integer, the end result of this. So if we do floating point on this, we're actually going to end up quite wrong after a while, because the game calculates only a whole number. Very cool. I did not know that. So that is the correct. Cool. So then we can do this and get the so day 50, the difficulty will be almost 6 million. All right then. So let's just do some random numbers for these. So wait, 1.1, 2, 1.2, 2, 3 maybe, and just do the EC and let's see. Ref. I just want all of them in here, and then we can tweak the numbers. So this is 4, this is 3. Can you see this? Yeah, I think you can. It's just tiny, isn't it? Its cap says 20,000 currently. Yeah, we'll think about that. I think we might want to do that. So one of the things I've definitely thought about is I for sure want to change the cap for how many items per day. It's 5 currently, but 5 of some things is absolutely horrible. And 5 of an easier thing is very clearly harder than 1 or 2 of a harder thing. Like 5 enchanting tables is brutal. What am I doing? This. So I guess what we should do is we should do that 20... Should we have a cap per difficulty? Or should we just have a cap globally? I guess maybe the cap should just be global, because it's where the whole thing stops. So if the cap is 20,000... Hey, Cerezo. Then we should put that into this before we continue, so... it's actually the minimum of that and the... what is it? B7? Nope. It is B7. Oh. Yep, thank you, Jock. Found it myself. So in hard, it caps out at day 29. That's not too bad, actually.
Yay.
Ulraf, thank you for the follow. Hold on. Yeah. The underscore tripped me off a bit. Hey man, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to playing spreadsheets. This should be up your alley. Alright, so this one is actually B1 and B2. Okay, there we go. Well, actually another longtime follower of mine followed like 2 hours ago. So I don't know if Twitch did something weird and people like unfollowed for some reason. Oh, interesting. So on these bogus values, the easy and medium difficulties cap on the same day. Interesting. The values up to down to then are quite different though. Let's see if we can do a graph of these things in a reasonable place here. I guess we don't need the day number. Chart. Okay, I guess we did need the day numbers. There we go. Woohoo! Much exponential. This is my chosen challenge. It's a map or challenge that's been around for a while, but we've been sort of looking at it, tweaking and upgrading it to 116, and there's an idea that's been floating around for a long time that really I have not done because it requires recoding the entire core mechanism of it. There's a bunch of math at the core of this, which is a little annoying. But I think I'm going to do it because it's going to balance the game out a whole lot better. But it's basically a game of every dawn you get a challenge from a bunch of gods that say like, hey, go fetch me a shrubbery, you know? And you have to hand it in or you lose that day. And if you lose 2 max hearts of health. Samamudu, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So this is interesting. Now we actually have numbers that we can tweak. So hold up. That does not make sense. Why do both the lines move? That's wrong. Something is wrong. Ah. Ah. It's using the wrong column. Oops. That makes a lot more sense now. And then it doesn't cap out at even on day 50. It's super slow. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, so the multiplier... if you put this as 3... Yeah, so the multiplier is what makes the difference. No, it actually kills you. It's kind of the idea is your score is your time that you lasted. It's meant to basically be unbeatable at the end, even though theoretically you could get enough items that it stops having things to ask for, but by then you've basically handed in like 5 elytra in a day and stuff. So I don't think it's very realistic to think anybody ever would. Maybe on the easy now, or the difficulty increases because it's so slow now. So what is 50? Because you can't sleep, so it's a very simple thing. So 50 in-game days is 1,000 minutes. So we're talking more than almost 17 hours of gameplay. And we still haven't capped out then at easy. I think that's too easy. Too easy. Could do that, I suppose. I am actually pretty happy with this increase in hard. When hard caps, medium is just at 3,000. Yeah, but the question is, what effect does it have in what items it asks for, right? And that we also need to tweak. This is weird. This little angle here at the end of hard. I guess it's because it caps. So it would go up here, but it doesn't because it caps. So hard caps there. Let's move this somewhere. Let's look at the actual numbers if I can. So yeah, hard caps here at day 29, and then easy is at less than 1,000, and medium is at less than 3,000. But I mean, you have to consider what the items it's asking for is, and that there's kind of a built-in exponentialism to the items themselves. I don't know. Like, one thing we could do is also, we could lower the multipliers and increase the additions to get more of a flat curve. 1k is Shulker's Shell, Wither Skull. Yeah. Okay, so by day 29, what is that? Actually, let me do this. Playtime. This is D2 times 20 divided by 60. So this is playtime in hours. So by day 29, we're talking about, here's the caps. We've played for about 10 hours active. Flatten the curve, yeah. The advancement pack is kind of on hold for the moment. We'll continue at some point. So let's talk about day 30, I guess. You've played for 10 hours. At that point, on easy, you're asked for a Shulker Shell or a Wither Skull. 10 hours in. On medium, this happens after 8 hours. And on hard, it happens after whatever hours is behind the graph. Can I move it? There we go. About coming up on 6 hours. I don't think that's terrible. I think that's decently balanced. And that's about as far as people like... I don't know exactly how far No Leaf got. I think he's starting to get there. I don't think he's played for 6 something hours or so, but it's about there. But this is a kind of decent place to start, I think. So the next thing we're gonna do is gonna be even funnier. And that's gonna be to tweak the items. Kendo's best was day 14 on hard. What day of easy is similar? So 14 on hard, hold up. 14 on hard is 456, so that on easy would, would be about day 24, 23, 24-ish. 6 hours to kill the Ender Dragon and get a Shulker Shell? Yeah, yes. I mean, that's what we started here, where we were saying basically the people are giving me feedback that this challenge is hard. Yes, it is hard. It was meant to be hard. It is extremely challenging. It's not just 6 hours to kill the Ender Dragon and get a Shulker Shell. It's 6 hours to kill the Ender Dragon and get a Shulker Shell, while every 20 minutes having to run back to your altar to hand in some random item that they asked for. It's really stressful, and it's meant to be really stressful. I personally really enjoy the level of pressure it puts on you in the hard tweaking that we have. That's currently the only thing in the game. But now I don't... I don't quite know how to do this, because it's going to be extremely hard to fit all the items somehow. I can't remember what Noinacer did. Did you put the items just on here or something? Hard is hard, yeah. The music is perfect for spreadsheet action. Ah, yes. Can you refer to another sheet if you add a sheet? Can I rename? Difficulty level. Oh, just difficulty.
Spreadsheet creeper. Yeah.
I didn't hear that at all. Did you hear that? I heard the TTS, but not the creeper.
Yay.
The items is what I wanted. I think you can do like add or... Can't remember.
Yay.
Difficulty. Rathmore and KS, thank you for the follows. If I copy this cell, which has references, then we don't get the references. Huh. Google will tell. Okay, so it's equals difficulty exclamation point. Yeah, look. Cool. So then we can just put the items. Somehow. I'm not quite sure, actually. Anyway, let's look at the items. Let me find this setup. So these are the things that we have. Oh, I need... Can I get this to wrap? Why did it word wrap? So this is another thing I want to do. We have this stuff where we have a bunch of different data in different clouds, I want to gather it all so it's all in one cloud. Because we can do that now in this version. We can store all the data directly in the cloud, and we don't have to store any of the data in scoreboards. We'll copy it out into scoreboards when we want it. Thank you, Anjali. Thank you, Kendo. Sorry, just need to take a moment to drop in a report. No, it was a cover, Jock. Just get a notification off the screen. So basically, coal block, iron ingot, leather, feathers, brick blocks, leaves, steak, cooked pork chop, cooked mutton, cooked chicken, flower pots, and seagrass are all one. And I don't know if it makes more sense to just... We should do it like, should we do just a category 1 thing? I guess maybe we do. So we don't have to, because all of those are going to have exactly the same values. On the other hand, I don't want to categorize stuff because I do want to be able to split like initial cost from the repeat cost, basically. 5 USO, thank you for the follow. So basically, coal block. Or what we should be doing is we should have item cost and repeat cost. So currently what these are is 1 and 1. Block. I think that might be the case for most of these. Well, not quite. Steak. Cooked. So it's gonna get interesting right away, this actually. I'm glad I split it up. Cooked mutton, cooked chicken. Flower pot, glass bottle, seagrass. Whoa. That's true, I guess, but it's fine. Because I don't want to... So, let's just fill this in the way it is now. But look at some things here. So, getting a coal block, the difficulty 1, sure. Getting another coal block, just as difficult, except you already have your pickaxe now, so slightly less difficult, actually. Same thing with an iron ingot. Once you found an iron ingot, and also, like, you probably found a coal vein, which is probably more than 1, so, like, it's actually, the repeat cost is actually less. We're gonna have to represent these somehow, but we should. So once you found the first coal block, the second coal block is maybe about 3/4 of that. Same for iron ingots. The second iron ingot is probably actually like 0.25, because the likelihood of you finding just one iron ore is very low. Leather. You often do find cows separately, or horses or llamas. In like, I mean, not separately, in groups. But you don't find them in that big groups, so maybe 0.75. Feathers, also the same. You also usually find... You don't get leather from every cow, though. That's true, but like that was already the case for the first one, right? I'm saying that once you have one leather, finding another leather is likely a slightly bit easier. Brick blocks. Same, you're likely to find more clay. Oh, you could also breed cows, but then it's gonna take more than a day for them to grow up. So I don't think so. I'm argue it gets harder initially since you can't set up a farm immediately. What do you mean? I mean, we're talking up to 4 items, right? So given 1, how hard is it to find 2, 3, and 4? And I'm gonna say it's easier than the first one because 1, you're likely in a group of cows, and even if you aren't, you're likely in a biome where there can be more cows. Because you already killed them, but you killed 1, right? Leaves, the second one is basically free. Like, it has 0 repeat cost. You already found the tree, you already made the shears, you now have 100 leaf blocks. So, that's an interesting one. Steaks, arguably even easier than leather to get the second one because the cows definitely drop more steak than leather, but maybe it's about the same. I'm gonna put maybe 0.75 for all of these. Flower pots, about the same as brick blocks. Odd, I mean, a little bit, the flower pots have the same as a brick because you basically need bricks for both, and it's gonna need 1 less, so that's a bit weird. Arguably this is gonna be there, here. Ripto players spawn in an alone island with no tree, well then it's gonna suck regardless of how we balance it, right? And the game is made to be 100% like the whole, there's a ton of logic in the background of this to avoid using the random function of the game. Instead, we use our own math, our own custom randomize function that is all scoreboards in order to be able to get repeatable randoms so that we can have a deterministic seed for the game and thus make it possible to compete in it. Why is the cost for pots lower? Shouldn't it be higher? What do you mean? So for a brick block, you need to find 4 clay balls and you need to bake them and then you combine them again, right? For a flower pot, you need to find 3 clay balls and bake them and combine them. So this is exactly 3/4 of a brick block. And it's even potentially even easier to get more. This is interesting though. Why we didn't have the ability to have fractional costs before, so all the base costs have just been 1. Arguably also, a leaf block costs at least 2 iron. So at the very least it should be a little higher base cost. But and then you also need to go find a tree after that. So maybe this is like one. Oops, what did I just do? Maybe this is 1.5 in base cost, but just 0 in repeat cost. Iron ingot is probably just a bit lower than 1. You think so? Both a coal block and an iron ingot, I would say, is just basically find 1 vein. And that... Is it... I guess there's more surface coal. Is it easier to find an iron ingot or leather on demand? It's also like, it doesn't really matter entirely. Sheep drop slightly less meat than the other 2 passive mobs. Do they? We're never going to be able to make this perfect because the world seed is going to affect this heavily. Arguably, glass bottles are actually easier than the other things because you need like 3 sand, 8 stone, and something to burn, basically, for this. And then you get 3. So the repeat cost is basically 0 for glass bottles too. And the initial cost is probably... I don't... Should we even have glass bottles? Like, it feels like a too easy thing. Sand is everywhere. Stone is everywhere. Wood is everywhere. You should remove this. It's gonna end up too easy. It's gonna end up below the... Repeat cost is the time it takes to mine sand? No, not really, because you get 3 glass bottles out of 1 craft. So, you must have... Well, unless you get a glass bottle from killing a witch or something, but you otherwise you just get 3 at once. So, I mean, what's the repeat cost for making the second batch? Almost nothing. You maximum of 4 items. We're talking at most 4. I'm gonna remove glass bottles. We're gonna eat that. Do not want. Seagrass, same as leaves. You need to get shears. Arguably, seagrass is maybe even harder to find than leaves. Didn't you want to change that per item? What do you mean? No, not the cap of item count. Although it will kind of... The cap is lowered to 4. It used to be 5, so it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna be a massive difference. But I think it's gonna you're gonna notice it when you play quite a lot. Because the getting 5 of an easier item is still ruthless. So again, seagrass is probably... Once you found a bit of seagrass, you're very likely found more. So it's a little increased. So I think it would make sense to have the cap be something like ×4 the base cost or something. That puts a lot of pressure on like nailing down the repeat cost, and I'd rather have more interesting... What's gonna happen with a low repeat cost is you're gonna get fewer... It's gonna be less likely to show up as many. Which is good, I think. Then you'll get more interesting items. Maybe lower brick in case you don't spawn near a river, but... You have 20 minutes to do this. So, like... Running and finding a river is not that hard. Like, they're pretty plentiful. Like, let's take a look at in-game, actually. If I can remember my... There it is. I am not near... Well, I am near a river. Okay. So, like, it didn't look like it was near a river, but I am near a river. So, the other way, if I need to go the other way... I'll probably find a... There's a river. So, even though... If this wasn't a river, there's a river over there. Like, there's almost always a river within reach, isn't there? I think so. Wait. There. Okay, so now let's try to figure out what this means. And we're a little worried that I might have messed it up. I maybe should have had this. Is there any way to just transpose data? I want to basically flip the entire table so that the columns become rows. Well, yeah, we had that in a playtest myth. A pivot table is something else. As a... text rotation, that's just rotating the actual text. Edit. Oh. I guess we can redo it. First day was okay, just let's use we spent a lot of time swimming and then we got like enough wood for boats and then we spent a lot of time boating. Paste, transpose, and edit. So if I just cut all of this. Paste, transposed. Perfect. Thank you. Hello? Cool. That actually worked. Maybe not. Let me see if I can undo that. Okay, let's only do that like on a... It's not here, right? Yeah? I don't have it repeated. No, I don't. Okay. That was weird. What? Why you do this? No? Okay, unselect. Okay, and then delete this. Did I get it right now? Okay, that looks decent. So this means... Yeah, that's what I did, jerk. That was just... What a nice Microsoft product. Since when is Google Sheets a Microsoft product? It would be very poor branding to call it Google Sheets then, wouldn't it? So now... what we want to do is we want to take... We're going to find out the ranges on... like... Basically, this is what I'm looking for. First day on easy. Last day on easy. This might be hard to do, though. Maybe we just take all these values. We're gonna need 3 columns for each of these, though. This is annoying. So this is code block for medium. This is code block for hard. And this is for easy. So the base cost... Okay, so if we take the number from here, this is what? E2. So like E, difficulty E2. That's 3. Okay. So this is full difficulty, and that's gonna get minus... Oh, 2. So this is now how much is left over the first item. So if we take this divided by the repeat cost, we get the count. Minus 1. So basically this is going to be a very complex thing. So if this is above 0, or above 1, I suppose. Above 0. Actually, if this is above that, then we get the actual value, otherwise we get 0. And this 1 is going to be the actual value. Which would be 1 plus the value, which is the no, wait, yeah. This whole thing again, but minus. Divided by the repeat value, which in this case is B3. So 3.6 in this case. Does that make sense? So in this case, that would be 2 divided by 0.75 plus 1. Yeah. Okay. And I guess we just cut this off then. So like that. So it would be 3. Like this is day 1. And then actually day... Whoops. So this is how it goes. And there's more to it here, because if we do this, then we get 7. If I use $3, I can drag it horizontally. No, I can't. Well, I guess I could if I copied these values into these two. But it doesn't matter, I guess. There's a... something to be said for that. But we're gonna finish this off first, because so we get that. Is there a way to do this? Basically what I want to say is if this is less than 4, I actually kind of want this to be like a blank. Otherwise, that... okay, that wasn't a thing. Quotation marks? Yeah, it is. Okay. I mean, the easy way to do this is horrible. Max takes 2 parameters, but it's not max. I want it to be, if it is within a certain range, then I want it to be that value. Otherwise, I want it to be blank. So, like, the horrible way to do that would be to do this if this entire thing is less than 4, then that entire thing, otherwise blank. That will work. So now it's blank. But that is also made out of horror. And we got 5. Cool. Oh, because... What? How did we... Okay, we lost the entire thing. Cool. Why did it do that? Oh, less than 5, actually. What a nice little formula. That's so hard, you can't even get to the initial What? What? Why do you not? Oh, because the difficult... Oh, no. These don't... Oh? Yeah. Oh, because you just can't get it. Like, you can never get it past day 1. But let's say that we made this 2 instead, then you would get fewer. And if we made it 3, then you could not get it in... Wait, 0? This doesn't make sense. And the formula is so horribly complex that it's... Oh, because... Oh, this int is not doing us any good here. Tch. This is too complex. Hey. So maybe the best thing we could do is, instead of this, we'll make another column here. And this is EC. And here we'll just do the calculation, and then we'll... This is like the full cost calculation, I guess. So we can't do that, can we? No. I guess we could just calculate the number and then don't care about the if it's reasonable or not. Do I still have the other formula here somewhere? Yeah, I do. Basically, you just take the inner if here. I think that's the thing. Yep. So now if we do this, we'll get numbers that are out of range. So that's fine. Can we do a conditional formatting on these? I am used to Excel, not this stuff. Conditional formatting. Is between... Value is between 1 and 4. Oh, wait, we can do this. It's not between that. And we just make it vanish. This. Perfect. If you can't calculate the value, just hide it. There we go. I don't know. I guess we want to pull it all the way down.
Yay.
Jenny Wakeman, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So now if I change this value, we see that it changes, and we should see that eventually it dips into day 2. Combination of formatting can also use formulas. Cool, but we don't need to. We know the value is between 1 and... Can we get this to be like... There's 4. Yeah, okay, so 4 is still fine. Let's see. Thing is, I don't know. Oops. I don't know if these values make sense when we start applying them to days, because like what we're seeing now is that cold blocks can only happen on day 1 and you get 3 of them regardless of difficulty level. Well, no, you don't. On hard it can't appear at all. But on easy and medium you get 3. And 3 cold blocks is actually decently significant. Like if you're a beginner, I guess you won't play this as a pure beginner, but 3 cold blocks is 27 coal. Like, that's not nothing. Anyway, I should be able to pull this over. Oh, wait a moment. I never did this. Right? You need to lock it to E. Right? No, wait. Easy, medium, hard. We do want F and G in there. So this is F2, G2. But we need to basically copy that to here. Oh, I guess. And this B, I guess it shouldn't have locked to the B. So this should be E here. Okay, so we still can't get it at all. This makes no sense. How can you never get it? Even if I increase the cost to 2, like to 3, you should really be able to... I must have done something wrong. This doesn't even have... Oh yeah, this has the conditional formatting. The copy may try to be smart about unlocked columns. Yeah, it was, but I fixed that again. So this is now a reference to the right place. E2 is that, and E3 is that. Yes. So the difficulty here is what? 3. So if 3 is more than 2, I guess maybe because this is so low, it either is like less than 1 or more than 4, always. Yeah. Interesting. I guess could do that. That's very faint. To do that, yeah, that's fine. Oh, cool, it applied to all of them. Very nice, okay. So now we can see that we would need 9 the first day. I kind of feel like the indication of this is that the first day should be easier. Regardless of the level. One thing we could do is just force set the first day to 1. The curve is not going to get affected that much. But the first day is always going to be a pretty easy item. Or 2 or something. Or we do something... What happens if we play around with the addition numbers instead? So if the addition on easy is... Oh yeah, then it flattens like crazy. But I guess we could counteract that. So if the easy addition is 1, but we pull this number way up. Maybe not that way up. This is what we had. Holy crap, that's a sensitive measure. .2. 1.19. That's kind of where I want it. But then what happens is the first day on easy is actually on 1, which is a very nice property, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Does it ever like? Oh wait, that's the day number. Yes, that would be sequential line. So here's what it actually does. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 15, 18. And you hit the shulker box, or shulker shell level at about day 34 in this. And it never caps out. It basically would cap out the next day. So on easy, you get 51 days before cap. Thank you, Junk. Glad to hear it. So maybe we try that instead. That's an easy, an interesting change in tweaking that seems to have a reasonably similar result. Actually, kind of want. Let's do this. Squeeze this up a little bit. Oh, we can close the conditional formatting so we can see more of this. So we can do the same for medium. We can pull this down, maybe 2, and we can pull this down to 3, and then increase these instead. So easy and medium, or we don't have to have this. I guess we kind of want them integers. What's happening? Hey Pug. We're tweaking values for chosen to figure out the difficulty, basically. So these curves that you see on here are how quickly the difficulty ramps up over easy, medium, and hard difficulties, and we're kind of changing them around a bit now. So what did we have before? We had 1.3 and 4 is what we had. That didn't do that make that much of a difference, to be honest. So maybe we shouldn't have more. Maybe we should have 2 and then 1.35. Yikes.
I wanted to do a spreadsheet creeper, but I'm almost out of bits. So have this instead. Boom.
Thank you, Thomas. So what do we have then? We cap on day 28. What was it before? Before we capped on day 29. So it's almost the same. 50 days is game completed? Then not really. Like, I think... ...5 days after cap or something like that, you run out of items to to request or something, because everything is on cooldown, and I think the game just breaks at that point. So you're not expected to be able to do that. So basically, the numbers here is the multiplier is the long, it has a high impact on the long-term ramp up. The addition has a high impact on the early game ramp up. So if we lower this by a lot, then the beginning becomes easier. So let's say if I put this to 2, and then we check the other sheet here, we'll see that, well, now we have a coal block, 2 coal blocks in hard again, where before it was just too easy. And you can't get these at all? Interesting. Actually, this should be that, to be honest. That makes a difference. I wish I could pull these diagonally on this. So, by day 50, if we didn't have a cap on item count, it would require you to hand in 76,237 iron ingots. Good challenge. Okay, so with this tweaking, it would require 1 iron ingot on easy, but iron ingots are too easy for medium and hard. I'm not sure. I actually feel like I do want this to be slightly higher. So we had this 1.16 maybe. What's the cap number now on easy? We are, I think, 2 days from cap? Yeah. So this would cap out at day 52 if we have this tweaking. But start on 2 instead. I think maybe what I want to do is have a specific start number instead. So maybe we just do this or something. We start on easy, we start on 1, on medium we start on 2, and hard we start on 3. And then tweak after that fact. And that would give us at least the ability to get an iron ingot on easy here. 1 coal block on easy, 2 on hard, 2 on medium, 3 on hard. Maybe. So this multiplier, maybe this needs to be 3, and this goes back to 4. Because the thing is, I really liked the tweaking of 1.3 and 4. Like, I liked how that ramps up. On the other hand, this is gonna dive upwards quicker, right? Actually, I'm gonna do this 1.3 and 4 just to be able to compare. Yeah. What happens to the output if the repeat cost is slightly above 1? That's going to happen on some items. It's going to mean that getting the second one is considered harder than getting the first one, which means that you're likely to get more later. So it's more likely that you'll get 1 pretty quickly, but it's less likely that you'll get 2 or 3. So those will happen on higher difficulty levels, which could definitely be a thing. So 0.3 and 4. I think I like that more. So the assumption here is that the better you are at the game, the better you are at automating things and making sure that you can progress faster and faster and faster. I'm suggesting that the formula you're using may not work for that way numbers you're thinking of. I don't think there's a difference there. It's calculating the exact amount of items that would be required. Like, so if this was twice as hard to get, that seems reasonable. Okay, so maybe we keep this tweaking then? Yeah, that's basically what I just did. So 1.25. Seems to be doing the right thing. Still don't really like how this... but maybe... Iron ingots, 4 iron ingots is pretty dead easy, so maybe that's fine. And basically what we need to do now is we need to take this, adjust a couple of values. So we need to adjust this E here to be H, and this E here to be H. Insert medium and hard. We'll just do this. I guess I shouldn't. Just 2. Like, it's just a mathematical formula. Whether the number is larger or smaller than 1 doesn't matter. The calculations work the same way anyway. So if I do this, that did not get the conditional formatting. And why not? Oh, it would be lovely if I could just pick the same one. That's the one, I think. Yeah. Since my formula is adding 1, your repeat cost needs to be over 1 to have a reasonable chance of returning 1. No? So the 1 here represents this negative number here. The first item that we get costs this much, right? The first item we get costs this much. So we remove that much. We remove the cost from the difficulty level currently, and we add 1. So now we've taken 1 item and reduced the difficulty by the cost for that item. Then we take the remaining part of that and calculate how many more items would we get. Right? So I don't think there's I don't think there's anything strange with it. Anyway, feathers. Brick blocks have the same exact thing. I don't know if I should bother about doing more there, or if I should just do... No, come on. Can I not do a hard? Okay. Is there no way of, like, including an actual line break? Oh, there. Maybe for now we just do this. Oh, they're actually exactly the same as the coal block too. There's no real reason to have more columns than we need here. Oops. Okay, now I'm actually gonna new call that working that I just did, I guess, or we can just reuse this, I guess. So these go away. No. Delete columns. Here we go. So leaves is 1.1 and 0. Good. Cool.
Yay.
So you can never get leaves in this current setup. You're having fun today, aren't you? Is that a Oichin? Oink oink. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the spreadsheet full of division by 0 currently. We are doing some balancing for one of my minigames. Oh yeah, I could extend this area. You're right. This is a little bit annoying. Oh, I managed to do that on one of the cells. Why are these F? Oh, it messed up again. H. Yeah, let's do it here. $3 is above 0, then this whole thing, otherwise nothing. And that's what I want for the entire thing. That makes no sense, actually. Can't do that. Vincent, thank you for the follow. Hey, 50. I am balancing stuff. We're trying to make a good balance for one of my mini games. I guess division by 0 is fine. It just means... No, what does it mean? It means that you will get only one item ever. So, if... That's what it is. What? Is that a non-zero value? This is 0.01. I guess? Oh. But this should work too. I'm just not sure it's right. Because you'll just get 1. Yeah, it just caps out at 1, which it obviously shouldn't. So let's do your way instead. Let's just set 0.001. Oh yeah, that's what happens, because you get like... You get a ton of items, which is reasonable, because basically you should get infinity items. There. So yeah, we're back at this point. Basically, leaves are too easy to ever get, even on easy. Which is odd, because you can get 1 iron ingot, and that's easier. Wait a moment. Oh yeah, because this difficulty is... Yeah, it's too difficult for day 1, but way too easy for day 2. I'm subtracting E2... Okay, hold on. Yeah, you're right. No, this... Oh yeah. Does that matter? Yeah, it does. Not in result, but it matters to the calculations. Thank you, Cecily. Alright, well, anyway. This is a bit of a weird tweaking then. I guess the more reasonable thing would be to do this, and now it's on medium. Very odd. I guess one thing we could do is just say that the initial cost is also 1. The problem what has happened here is the difficulty is never going to exactly match this, and because like getting more is like infinitely I mean, obviously the repeat cost isn't. So what if we do that? I'm starting to feel like I've gone about this the wrong way though. So what we're doing now is we're calculating how many items this would go. Given a certain difficulty level, we're counting how many items it should use. Which is good, because that's exactly the calculation the game needs to do then. So that's what we kind of want to plug in later. The other option would be to calculate kind of the difficulty range for the item. But that doesn't really make sense. Alright. Because then you don't have the scaling. So maybe we'll do this. We'll just play around with these numbers. Interesting. Wait, if the game... What? If the value is gray, is the game going to ask for 4? It's not going to be available for choosing. So if the value is gray, it's too easy to ask for this day. Or too hard. That could happen too. But then it's going to be blank, I guess. Maybe we should make it say 0 then. And that could happen. So let's get rid of the steak column, or the leaves column. So steak is exactly pork chop, and mutton and chicken are exactly the same as this column. So that they're... Thank you, non-answer. Steak, cooked chicken, cooked mutton, pork chop. Was it more? I think it was something else. No, that was the same. They're all the same. Basically what we're seeing here, I guess leaves and seagrass should be the same. It's a little weird. Maybe it doesn't matter that much, but it's a little, maybe... If you call it 2, then current tweaking, you can never see leaves and seagrass on easy. You can only see it on medium on day 1. This is interesting. I really don't want it to show up as 1 only for day 1. I don't think. Maybe it's fine. BeefQL, thank you for the follow. Flower pot. This is gonna be weird. I guess the really interesting thing will happen here when we start adding the more difficult items and see how they develop. Alright, so I guess let's do the flower pot one. And also I think I'm going to do this. We're going to replace it with 0 there because we have the gray thing anyway. So this should now be K, 2, there, there, and there. And we can remove the seagrass. This is medium, this is hard. Cool. So you'll never see flower pots on hard. You'll see 3 day 1 on medium and 1 day 1 on easy. Okay, I suppose. Could you change the repeat cost for each difficulty? I really don't want to have more than 2 numbers per item per difficulty, because then this tweaking becomes crazy. I think this tweaking is decent for these items. Like looking at the scaling here. So day 2, the difficulty is 3 on easy, 5 on medium, and 7 on hard. Day 3, it's 5, 9, and 13. Day 4, it's 7, 13, and 20. So it's roughly like twice on medium, 3 times on hard here. It's like 10, 18, and 30. That's interesting. What are the next items? Let's take a look in here. So the next items are tier 2. Oh yeah, they're the mob drops and stuff. So maybe we could add those. So that's bone. Rotten flesh. Gunpowder. Honestly, string feels like it's harder to get, isn't it? Isn't string harder to get than bone, rotten flesh and stuff? I think we might want a column of its own for string. Then we have apple, black wool block, beds, ferns. Okay. Fern? Is that a fern is shearing a fern and then you have to find it, right? Isn't that easier? Mushroom stew? And bread. Okay, interesting. Spiders don't burn during the day, but they're also rarer, right? I mean, creepers don't burn during the day either. Furnace biome specific? How specific? Because I think maybe you should just remove fern. Jungle or taiga for ferns. I try to not include things that are like one biome only, but like 2 is... Oh yeah, that's another thing. You could find string from other sources, so maybe that's why it's there. But I'm gonna maybe wait with that. I'm gonna keep it separate for now. These are what we had as tier 2 before, so it was all 2s. I'm not sure it's going to be that, but let's set it up. Bone, rotten flesh, and gunpowder, are those approximately as easy? I mean, there's an argument to be made that gunpowder is harder to get because killing them is harder and they don't burn. On the other hand, they're very plentiful. There are alternative ways of getting gunpowder, but none of them are easy enough to care about at this point. So gunpowder goes in its own column. Bone and rotten flesh are definitely going to be the same. I have a hard time getting gunpowder, but I'm bad at Minecraft movement. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're talking about, I think. It does make sense to have it separate. Come on. Hard. So, N2. Making a little more space. So update this real quick. Wait. Okay. Yeah, it says the right thing. This also says the right thing. Pull it over the entire thing. Very cool. Update this. So now say P. Done. Ah, now we're seeing things. This is interesting. So on medium and hard, you could get 1 bone or rotten flesh the day 1. On hard, you could get 3 on day 2. And if you're gonna get 3 on easy, you have to wait till day 4. And you can't get that on day 1. So that's pretty interesting. I think that's pretty good. And also, I think this is correct. I think the repeat cost for this is basically the same. It's just as hard to get the second bone as it is to get the first bone. You can't get 2. Can you get multiple drops from 1 skeleton? And rotten flesh? Do you get like dual drops without looting? I don't remember. I think it's the same for rotten flesh. I think they're basically the same. Could pull up the loot table and look, I guess, but... Are we that bothered about it? Maybe we are. Let me take a look. Loot tables, entities. Let's do... No zombie. Zombie? There it is. Uniform between 0 and 2. This is a zombie one, so if you're killing a zombie, you get 0, 1, or 2. And it's a uniform thing. Let's look at skeleton. Same. So they're exactly the same, which is good. Hey, Manu. So, yeah, basically 1.5 might be a good thing then. So it's slightly easier to get the second one, but not like totally easy. I think that's pretty good.
Yay.
What about gunpowder? I have no idea how to read that name. I have no idea how to split up those words. Boris, I guess. Thank you for the follow. Capitalize your initials, man. Let's look at the creeper while we're here, I guess. Because why not, eh? Creeper is exactly the same. Interesting. Boris is floor gang. Okay. I guess. So let's say that maybe these are 3 and 2 instead. What about spiders? Spider, spider, spider. So it's the same? Really? Spiders? Okay. I had a feeling it was lower for spiders. Oh wait. Pulse. Okay. Yeah, so it really does... Huh. Okay. String can go up to 3 only with looting. But looting doesn't matter because this is like way early in the game. The thing with this is, let's do the gunpowder I suppose, but string is going to be easier because there are multiple ways to get string. And some of them pretty easy actually. Some of them horrible, as black as the night is dark. Unspeakable horrors. I'm not talking about cobwebs now. It was a good guess. But that was not it. Okay, so 1 gunpowder first day, 3 the second day on hard. Can go to the nether on day 1 and kill a strider for string. Oh, sorry. Here we go. So this is the gunpowder numbers now. We've just plugged them in here. So if we have 3 there, we get 1 on hard. You can't get gunpowder the first day on easy or medium, which is potentially good. And then up to day, what is this, day 5, you can still get gunpowder on easy. Yikes, easy is going to be so much easier. String, I feel like, is actually easier to get the first one. No, maybe not. Probably significantly easier to get the second one, though. Or is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's the same. Maybe we call string the same, actually. It's harder to get in form of spiders, because the spiders are rarer and harder to kill. But there are so many other options. So I think we're gonna put this right there. Oh, and this has actually changed. If you know what you're doing in 1.16, you could make the current into the medium and make a harder version. I don't know what that was a comment to. So apples, because you can just make a hoe and then tear down trees now. I'm thinking about just removing the row. Like, you just find oak and you're done. Like, it's so easy. Even stone hoes will do a good enough job that it's... Like, the hard part about finding apples was the need to wait and tear down lots of trees or like, yeah. Oh, if the easy is too easy. But the thing is, it doesn't really... Wait, we can easily retweak them. But maybe this needs to be going up quicker. On the other hand, like, I'm the wrong person to judge easy. I'm gonna remove that. So bads require getting 2 iron and then shearing a couple of sheep, or killing 3 or 4 sheep, or finding a village. And then a bunch of wood, but you'll get that. Black wool is also interesting, either finding a black sheep or getting a squid and some wool. Yeah, that's why I said, or find a village. You got to leave some easier ones in for variety, at least. Yeah, but, I mean, all of these are easy. Like, arguably it's even easier to get apples on this, or maybe we just add apple to this pile. Yeah, the challenge difficulty is completely separate from the game. Like, and the seed is also separate. Shouldn't the repeat cost for bed be lower? Yeah, we haven't tweaked this at all yet. Sliced lime. Beds I think we can keep. They're an interesting thing. Are beds and black wool the same kind of difficulty? Should we... I guess we should tweak them separately. So yeah, the repeat cost for bed is probably way easier, because if you find a village, you have a bunch. You're basically done after you find the first one. if you get it by killing sheep, you're in trouble. But if you have shears, then you're also basically done. You just need to wait a little bit. So the repeat cost is probably very, very easy. Maybe even lower. Maybe 0.5. Wait. What in the world? We'll try that. Oh, I see what I did differently. Okay, so this is... Wait a moment, did it do the right thing? Oh, so I should copy the cell, not the formula, and it actually just does the right thing. Cool. No, it didn't do the right thing. What have I done wrong? Oh, then it changed these instead. Okay, well that's fine. That works. No, we're not asking for colors with beds. We're just asking for beds. So, on day 1 you can get 1 if you're on medium, 3 if you're on hard, and 3 in day 2 if you're on easy. Nothing else. Yeah, maybe do that. Or maybe this is nicer. I feel like 3 beds, day 2 is almost a little harsh for easy. Okay, so black wool. There's an argument for me made that black wool is basically approximately the same as beds. Because if you found a black sheep, man, you can just shear it more times. If you found squids, then you can just get more. Or you get like an ink and apply it to a sheep. So I think we'll actually do this. Oops. Look, what did I just do? Oh. Accidentally moved the columns about. I think that's good. Mushroom stew. Is actually pretty tricky to get, in my experience. Yeah, we're up to W. You tend to get like a ton of... You have to run a lot to get mushrooms, and then you find a whole bunch of red but no brown, or the other way around. That's my experience with it. I've ran... I think it wasn't mushroom stew, but it was fermented spider eye. I was looking for mushrooms for like a long time. I failed because of that. So arguably mushroom stew should be harder. So I'm willing to say that mushroom stew is like even harder, but the repeat cost is fairly low. Because you can... Like, assuming you get some bone meal, but you could get bone meal by composting whatever. And getting just a few pieces of bone meal is fine. On the other hand, I tried that, and it's like, it's a little tricky because you need to do it in the darkness and stuff. Actually, maybe it isn't so easy to repeat now that I think about it. On the other hand, you tend to find them in bunches. Hey, you agree. So maybe that's okay. We're figuring out the balance numbers for my chosen minigame. So these are basically the kind of relative difficulty levels of finding one item and finding more items after that. Let me insert a column. Hello? Can I edit the spreadsheet, please? So let's see what that happens with those numbers. So you can get a mushroom stew day 1 on hard. That's a little harsh, but sure. I mean, that's okay. Okay, so mushroom stew have exactly the same numbers as gunpowder now. Is that reasonable? Is mushroom stew as easy to get in all quantities as gunpowder? I feel like just like intuitively mushroom stew is harder than gunpowder. At least to get the first one. What happens if we put 4 here? The bone mealing to make large mushroom only works on bottle mycelium according to wiki. Ooh, yeah. Getting 1 mushroom stew on day 2 in easy, that feels very difficult if you're not lucky. Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with that. So maybe we do this. Then on hard you can get 2 on day 2, which that feels pretty hard, which matches the difficulty name. This is a bit better, I think. It is easier to get the second one, I would say, because then you've probably found some and it is possible to bone meal them. Yeah, tomorrow, but that's kind of... That's not... I mean, then spruce, just finding spruce in and of itself means finding a certain biome almost. So, I mean, I wouldn't count that too much. Let's say maybe 4 and 2 is a good. What about bread? Bread feels a lot easier than it seems to be here. Especially with, like, if you find a village, you got infinite bread because all of the hay bales everywhere. See you, Cree.
Yay.
Thank you for the follow. I am not going to attempt to pronounce your full name. So probably if you have 1 bread, it's super easy to get the second bread. You can found in shipwrecks. What? Hey, I found this trashed ship on the bottom of the ocean. I'm gonna dive down there and find some bread. This seems like a good thing to eat. But yeah, wheat is one of the easiest things to get and grow. I feel on hard, getting a couple of breads in day 1 is not a difficult thing. And on easy, having that on day 2 or something is fine. I'm inclined to put it in with these things, actually. Like, it's not that significantly harder to get a bread than it is to get a cooked pork chop or something, is it? Maybe it is. Maybe it's just me feels like it's easier. Because it is a few steps, that's the thing. I feel like getting asked for 3 breads on day 2 isn't... I mean, Kendo, even if the chest was like super sealed, I mean, considering the state of those shipwrecks, like my estimate would say that bread has probably been there for a decade or 2, right? Let's stick bread in this column as well. I think that's fine. If you have to wait for it to grow, yeah, but you kind of never have to wait for it to grow because you can bone meal stuff. And you can get bone meal easily and without killing stuff now. So... if you find a village, it's trivial. You can find it in chests, in shipwrecks. You can grow it. And if you have to, you can grow it from composted, which probably means that you have to make shears and get a bunch of leaves. Which arguably is a little later thing, but also if you find a village... Finding a village in 1 day is kind of a... changing my mind again. It is a little more difficult, I will admit that. But hey, beds and black wool are on 2 and 1. What are these? They are 1 and points. So maybe they're the same as a bed? Or black wool? On the other hand, if I fail a 1 or 2 due to bread, I'm just going to start again. But see, I feel like that's an indication that the design isn't right, that the balancing is wrong. Don't know, Jock. We might start around, but we'll have to re-implement the entire difficulty calculation in the game and re-encode all the items, so it's going to take a while. I would love to start a test if possible. I think maybe bread are here. So you could get 2 bread, 1 bread on medium, 2 breads on hard, day 1, and then 2 and 4 on easy on day 2 and 3. I feel like breads are certainly easier than mushrooms do, at least. I think that might be a good thing. Alright, well this is pretty cool. This is a very useful tool. I am definitely thankful for Neunanswer and his spreadsheet, because that was what sort of triggered me to go like, hey, I should really spreadsheet design this before I actually implement it. So very happy about that. This will be super good once we start getting up into the really tricky things too, to see how it spreads out. And there are, I think, fewer things to lower down, so it'll go a little faster as we go. Yeah, just shows I haven't done design work in a while, really. But anyway, we blasted past that. We blasted past that pause reminder, so we're gonna take that pause now. We'll be gone for a couple of minutes. I'm just gonna go grab another drink and move my back a little so I don't end up entirely stiff. And we'll be back at it. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello. We back. Alright, so I guess another question is there anything else here that we should have at approximately this difficulty level? I don't think we found anything when we were doing the sort of first upgrade pass to 116, but it's possible. So let's look at this again. So the next level used to be 5. Hey, Safen. And it had lava buckets, buckets of fish, pumpkin pies, gold ingots, snow blocks, writable books, fireworks rockets in it. I guess I'll put all of them in individually first of all, and then we'll see. So lava bucket, bucket of fish. Both of those take the same... Oh no, hold up. Oh wow, okay. Apparently the spreadsheet has a fixed limit to the size. Pumpkin pies. Gold ingot snow block. That's an interesting one because it definitely has... It's definitely easier to get the second of both of those. I can keep working on the horizontal. I just need to... I just need to keep like manually adding columns. Sorry for the bump of the microphone there. Here's how it looks now. So lava bucket, bucket of fish. If you get like 4 of these, you're spending a significant amount of iron. They also don't stack, which is annoying. So it takes a bunch of your inventory space. I feel like finding fish to capture is maybe a little bit easier than finding lava. On the other hand, neither is really that hard, and by the time you're up at this difficulty level, maybe. Both also are fairly easy to repeat. All of these are 5, by the way, before. So we're just like strict 5 across the board. I don't know if there's going to be playtesting. It depends on how far we get with this. I'm feeling maybe these should be the same. Still. But repeatable, like it's way easier to get the second one than it is to get the first one. Fish are everywhere. I suppose. So maybe it's like slightly easier to find the first. Probably actually a little harder to find the second because they're, well, I guess not. So that put bucket of fish at as hard as a mushroom stew, which is maybe a good call. Maybe that's fair. So one thing that's happening here is that stuff is separating. It used to be like a whole bunch of things in a category for 5, a whole bunch of things in a category for 10, and now it's separating out and being more granular. So, but even without an ocean, there are plenty of fish in rivers, and as soon as you hit some water, there will be fish because the fish is a separate spawning thing. So I think that's fair. So maybe lava buck is actually a little harder to get than 5, but actually a little easier to repeat. I think that could be a good call. Let's try that. See how the numbers look. Oh. Oops. Double A. Medium and hard. Good. Ah. Okay. So you could get 1 lava bucket day 2 on hard, or 4 on day 3. Rough, but it's not impossible to get 12 iron by day 4. You probably have pretty good tools by day 3. Good tools by day 3. And on easy, it's on day 6 that you could get that. Day 6, you've been going for a while. That's pretty okay, I think. Alright. Pumpkin pies. I can never remember what's in a pumpkin pie. Pumpkin, sugar, and egg. Huh. Or you can buy them, which is quite... It's apprentice. And you can find them in taiga villages. 10% chance. So finding pumpkins. So at most you'll need 4 pumpkins for this. Right, so it's not... Once you find 1 pumpkin, you probably find at least a couple. Eggs are a bit of a pain. Sugar is trivial. Once you find 1, you have more. And you probably have it, so... It's the eggs and the pumpkin that are going to be the hard part. And to be honest, they're not that much easier to repeat 1 than it is to the first one. I guess you could grow more, that's right, but it does take a while and you can't really bone meal it. I mean, you can bone meal up the stem, but then it takes a while for it to grow and you're just sitting there waiting, so... It's not so easy to do on demand, as quickly as you need in Chosen. So you're probably better off running around finding pumpkins. So I think the repeat is going to be pretty high. Actually, there's another case to this. And that is that you've probably been picking up eggs as you go along. So you probably have a bit of a stash of eggs. But getting more on the band, like in when you need it, is actually harder. And even if you haven't been picking them up, there are probably some chilling on the ground. So I'm actually willing to call this maybe 5-5. I think it's one of those. It's not all that much easier to get the second pumpkin pie, to be completely honest. From Minecraft Bingo experience, pumpkins can take a day or more to locate. That's fair, but I think with the 5s here, you're not gonna get it on the first day. So one of the things that I expect from Chosen players is that you go and try to locate as many things as possible to get yourself into a good setup, basically. C2, wow.
Yay.
Oh, come on, give me that. There we go. Dan Ilger Dev. Or... Yeah, I think that's as good as I'm gonna get that. Thank you for the follow, anyway. So yeah, if you looked at those numbers real quick, there was 0 on all of the difficulties for the first day. So on medium and hard, with this tweaking, you can ask for 1 on day 2. Or spans a number of days there. So I think this is a pretty fair... a decent tweaking. Gold ingots. You can get gold significantly easier now, I feel like. So you can find gold and gold blocks on ruined portals. You could go into the nether and mine a few gold nether ore, and they're easy to get there. Or you can find it the old-fashioned way, or plenty of different chests in the overworld. It's likely very easy once you find the first thing to get more. The repeat cost is going to be way lower. Compared to a lava bucket, how easy is it to get gold? Maybe it's the same. Hey, Redlocks, thanks for the host. I'm a little bit leaning towards saying that. Both getting the first lava bucket and the first gold ingot is kind of the same. And then repeating them are both kind of cheap. Let's do that. Snow blocks. So this involves making a shovel and then traveling the world until you'll find a snow biome, and then it's basically free. Think repeating gold is easier than repeating lava? Maybe. You need the actual bucket per lava. That's true. Let's try out the numbers here. Just to sort of get a grip on what it means. Come on. Here we go. Oh, hold up. Oh, this is right. Why does it say K here? That's weird. But these are right. Oh, interesting. Oh, not that one. If you found one, you've found a vein. Yeah, maybe. Or you found a gold block in a portal, in which case you have 9 immediately. Or you found another vein, which means you probably have about 2 or 3. Or you found a chest, and then you might only have 1. Oh, why? Still a little odd. Is it actually harder to get a golden ingot than a pumpkin pie? I don't really think so. I think maybe it's that. Maybe that's the thing. Hey, Fabry. Welcome back. You stationary? Alright, let's leave it at this. Snow blocks. Let's... Okay, snow. Like, I feel like it's... Yeah, this is... hold on, let me bring that back up. So basically... well, let me show you this, since you probably didn't see it. So we have 3 difficulty levels overall for the scaling. So this is how they scale up in difficulty. And then we also have, per item, a base cost, a base difficulty, and a repeat difficulty. So we're tweaking in those 2 values for all of everything. Nice. I'm feeling like snow blocks maybe should just go. Like, I don't... They're either trivial or frustrating because you can't find the right biome and nothing in between. The repeat cost is basically 0, because if you find enough snow for 1, then you've gotten enough snow for more. Guaranteed. Yeah, I know, Fabian. It's just like I've not done it because it's a lot of work. It requires rewriting the entire selection algorithm and re-encoding all the items. But I think now is a good time to do that, so. Writable book. So now we got, you need a book, obviously, so you need another leather and sugarcane, or a book in finished form, which could be a villager trade, or it could be stolen from a bookshelf. And you need ink and feathers. So all of those things are potentially a little easier once you've done the first one. On the other hand, just the sheer amount of stuff that you need together makes it a little harder to do many of it, because you probably had a couple of leather, or you maybe had a couple of paper. So, like, considering that you're just like regathering up these things, maybe it's actually harder to get more. So I'm considering maybe these are gonna stay at 5-5, and maybe it's just the same as pumpkin pies then.
You said that you switched to VS Code because people complained about Notepad. But someone will always complain it's the old editor rivalry. So here it goes. Why do you use VS Code and not IntelliJ IDEA?
Because I'm such a Microsoft fanboy. That's it. That's totally how you pronounce that, yes. Especially the having a seizure part. Fireworks rockets! Those feel easier. So you need gunpowder and you need a bunch of paper. I feel like I've potentially placed this a little too hard. Like, you need 1 paper, 1 gunpowder. And you get 3. Yeah, you have to make 3. So the repeat cost is very low. The paper is not hard to find. And the gunpowder, according to our spreadsheet, is at 3-2. So if the repeat cost for 1 gunpowder, it's lower to get fireworks rockets because you actually get more. So maybe it's like a little harder to make the first thing, but easier to make follow-ups. I don't know what that does to the numbers. Maybe it just makes it not worth having at all. This is unexpectedly heavy for being Zircon. I'd consider making a 3 or 3.5. The base cost? We can see once we see the numbers. I don't think I want to make it a 3, because then it's just strictly easier than getting gunpowder. And the first one is not easier, because you have to get 1 gunpowder or 1 firework rockets, which involves 1 gunpowder. So it's maybe 3.5 then, but maybe not. On the other hand, that made absolutely no difference in actual numbers. Hey, Montresk. On the other hand, if we retweak the scaling, then it would make differences. So I don't know. I'd maybe call it 4 and 1. So on day 2, you can be asked for 4 gunpowder on hard, or 4 fireworks rockets, which actually involves 2 gunpowder. So that's cool. Gunpowder, in comparison, you might be asked for 3. Fair. I think that's okay, isn't it? What's next? Bookshelf. On 10 is what we had these on. Just gonna add a bunch of columns so I can work with this. Alright, bookshelf. Fermented spider eye. My bane. Common suggestions you chosen were entity sacrifices. I know, but for many different reasons I don't like them. I don't want to add them. Magma block. Which arguably has gotten even easier now. And those were all the 10s we had. Okay, interesting. Well, let's deal with those then. So bookshelves. Obviously, so here's what it was before. I feel like magma blocks are maybe a bit easier now. You can find them in oceans, you can find them in ruins, or you can go into the nether and find them. Redstone block, was it T10? Oh, you're right. You're right, thank you. That also feels potentially easy. You get so much redstone from just like mining at level 11 or something. I feel like just mine yourself down to level 11 and just mine straight forward until you have enough redstone is probably easy to do within a day, even from start. Bookshelves, though, are interesting. Because getting many bookshelves at once is actually very annoying, even in a normal run. Like in normal survival, you want many bookshelves, and it's always a pain, because you need a lot of leather, and it takes a while to get there. And in Chosen, you don't have the luxury of like starting a cow farm and waiting 3 days. But even from start, even if you did it with just stone, you'd probably find the iron you need on the way. Yeah, the paper and stuff. So I feel like the repeat difficulty for bookshelves is probably right about 10. It could probably stay where it is. Ooh, interesting. So, oh yeah, of course that's an effect. Like, because easy scales so much slower, that means that you can get the same item over much more days. That's an interesting effect. The first bookshelf would be easier, as you would likely pick up enough leather and sugarcane just for general play. See, I don't think so, because there's so many other sacrifices that require you to give up that leather. Fermented spider eye. This one is tough. What was the drop? We had the spider drop loot table up a second ago. I should open it again. So, -1. Okay, so without looting, you have a third of a chance to get one? Really? So 1 out of every 3, you get the spider eye. Without looting, and you probably don't get looting before you get this. Maybe if you're playing on easy, but well, let's just disregard that for now. So amassing a significant amount of spider eyes is actually a fair bit of work. And then you also, in addition to that, need the actual, like, the sugar doesn't matter, I guess, but you need the mushroom. So I feel like it was one of those things that was really difficult for me when I did it, but it felt reasonable. I just missed it because of the mushroom thing, and I couldn't, I was desperately trying to get a second mushroom. It was that bad. And I love that challenge, and maybe 10-10 is a good thing for that too then. I don't know. Maybe it is. Or maybe it should be slightly harder. I mean, is it I know, I think I'm inclined to just put them with the bookshelves. They were before as well, so you won't be spending the eyes on other stuff as you go. That's true, but I mean, there's also very little reason to go killing a lot of spiders all over the place. Magma blocks. I would say harder is to give players more time to get the eye. Yeah, but I mean, look at this. Like, you're at day 3 or 3 to 5 when you're getting this stuff. So, like, you've had a number of days to start getting this, and by day 5 or 3 or whatever, you're pretty well geared, and you probably have armor so you can kill stuff. Like, it's, yeah, I think. Hey, Tiger, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the message, too. I think I want to keep it there. Magma blocks, though, don't feel so hard. We have 2. Maybe that's just me, because I'm comfortable, like, bucketing portals for the nether and stuff, but it's ocean ruins. There's also ocean underwater ravines and ruined portals. I would say if you find an ocean there, you're almost a given. But then you might not find an ocean. But I feel like they're easier than a bookshelf or a fermented spider eye, for sure. And the repeat, like you're never gonna make them out of magma cream, so the repeat is actually pretty easy because either you find them in the nether where they're plentiful, or you find them in the ocean ruin or ocean ravine where they're, you know, not maybe plentiful, but at least decently so. Or you find them in a ruined portal where they might be a little less, but let's do something like this. I think it might be good. Redstone blocks. I feel like this is significantly overvalued here. Like, if I could choose if I get a challenge for, oops, for redstone blocks or for magma blocks, I'll take redstone blocks easily. Yeah, like, we put them with the rockets? Interesting thought. Yeah, they're easily repeatable because if you have one, you've probably mined a bunch of redstone, in which case you have your inventory full of redstone. Which is always easier than rockets? You think so, really? I'm not so sure. And I think maybe it's slightly harder to repeat. Because you do need to actually mine it out. If you do this, you could get a redstone block the day one. Which is a little bit much, I think. I think maybe 4 and 2. It's as easy to get as a firework rocket first off, but then slightly harder to repeat. Because like you need at least like one. You probably need one vein for couple. I don't know. If you look at what it does to the numbers, it's not much. I guess we could put them with the firework rockets, but I don't know. Oops. I'm a bit torn on this one. Maybe the initial cost is lower. Medium and hard. So the first column is for easy difficulty. The M and H is for medium and hard. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna introduce 2 new difficulty levels for the game, where basically the current tweaking is considered hard, and the medium and easy ones are the red and blue lines here. So the yellow one is kind of, it's not exactly, but it's almost exactly. At least once you get past a few days, it's basically identical to the current tweaking. And then the medium and easy ones are going to scale up slower, and so the resulting item counts are here for that. I guess we do this, and that means that they're exactly the same as firework rockets. Which, fair enough, I suppose. But then we can keep this column for something else. Whatever the next thing is. Which we shall find out now. So that's the 15s that we had before. Quartz block. You get quartz from bartering now, but that's not very relevant. That was a kilobit, Fabian. Alright, so quartz, let's just put them down all. You can buy quartz blocks from a villager, right? But then you need to unlock a bunch of, it's a mason or something. You need to unlock a bunch of stuff first. So that's not really, not usually viable. Glowstone block. Also not really more available now. Lapis block. Cake. That's always fun. TNT block. And the target block we've added. Why is the target block on 15? Oh my god, this... I'm very happy we're retweaking this. Right, so now quartz block. You're still basically required to head into the nether, right? Which by itself means that this is a pretty difficult thing. On the other hand, once you're in there, just lining up a few more is basically easy. Whoa, sorry, my chat kind of hung there for a moment. You will not get any information about me out of future things about like release things. Nether's hard, finding quartz is rather easy. That's true. In the new Nether, it might be a little slightly harder to find, but it's still not that hard. Like, you move about a bit, you find some. If you spawn in the center of a big basalt deltas, it might be a little problematic. But yeah. But that's the thing is, you have to go to the nether. That's obviously a little... Like, this is the first item that you're forced to go to the nether for. And honestly, glowstone blocks, I feel, are about the same. You can probably put them with each other, because they have exactly the same characteristics. Both are potential barter items, but that doesn't make it any better, really. That's not how you would get them. So 15 being the threshold means that you can get them first on day 4 on hard. Which I don't think is too bad, actually. On the other hand, it might be a little too hard. Is it that much harder than getting like a fermented spider eye? Yeah, it kind of is. Maybe this is an okay thing. Maybe we'll keep it at this. Lapis blocks. Glowstone is about as common as quartz, I would say. Yeah, and a grand hole, because you can get a ton of it when you find it. So if you just go up and mine one big like bulb of glowstone, the hanging things, you probably get as much as you need for all of this. Lapis block. You gotta be pretty lucky to find lapis if you're just mining for it. You can also trade for it, which is on... where? And you need 9. And you can trade... You can get it in... Oh, it's common in shipwrecks. So it's in more than half of all shipwreck chests. You get tons of lapis per ore, that's right. You can find them in a bunch of other stuff. So if you're lucky... I don't really like that though, because if you're like lucky and found a vein, then you're probably set already. If you aren't, then it's impossible to go and find it. Apprentice clerk. So it's at least feasible to unlock. Not really though, because that trade is horrible to unlock. Like the first level of clerk involves trading a bunch of gold or a bunch of rotten flesh, which are both kind of difficult to get in large quantities. Lapis I would not say is quite similar to redstone, because the redstone is so much more common that it's just a more of a persistent thing. There won't be a block in the shipwreck. There will be 1 to 10 in a shipwreck. So if you find a couple of shipwrecks, yeah, which is not as easy anymore because they're spread further apart in 1.16. So, is that as hard as finding glowstone? Probably, yeah. So maybe there's still 15. I should set this up actually. But then the repeat is hard. It's really dang hard to me, because if you found a vein, then you're probably set and we don't care. The repeat is super easy. But if you're not finding it through mining, then it's actually pretty hard. And I don't know how to really like model that. It's a tricky one. Just gonna set this up so we can see the numbers first. How do you think you'll most commonly find it through mining? Here's the scenario I'm thinking of. You have no lapis. You're a couple of days into the chosen run, and you get told, "Bring me 2 lapis blocks." What do you do? Where do you go? You go mining? You go strip mining? Do you go... What is this? How common is this? We don't have numbers. Okay. Just came back. It was M and H. This column that has the name is the easy difficulty column. This is medium and this is hard. You would cave for it? Yeah, maybe that's reasonable. And in that case, repeating is easier, but it's maybe not like super trivial because it's still possible that you would get it from other sources. I didn't either, Montrask. I didn't, like, I know from experience that I've gotten it a bunch, but I did not know it was that common. Is it as easy to repeat as glowstone? I don't know. I don't think so, because it is a little more likely that you're getting it from alternate sources. So I think maybe we'll do this. Cake. Alright, so the difficulty of cake... This is an interesting one, because more than one cake is actually significantly harder than just one cake. Because of the inventory juggling and the need for running back and forth to craft if you don't have all the things in the same place and stuff. So this is the 1515 is the original tweaking that we had for it. It's interesting how basically everything is lower tweaked on the repeat. which is like there are a few that are the same. That's very interesting. It's gonna change the game a bunch, I think. Make it where the cow is. Only 3 buckets, no matter. Assuming you have all the materials and you can bring them there, yes. Everything else does stack, that's true. So damn eggs. Yeah, so you need up to 4 eggs for this. But eggs we already talked about. We had eggs in the pumpkin pies, which are, for reference, which is a good reference, 5 and 5. For much of that reason, actually, they are the same difficulty for all. Let me set this up. And you need a whole bunch of wheat. Yeah, that's true. I mean, on the other hand, if you're this far in, then likely you'll like have stumbled across a village and maybe found hay bales and stuff. So it's possible. I would say it's slightly easier to repeat it, but it's not necessarily that much easier. So maybe do something like this. And it's just like the complexity of the cake, it just comes from the amount of different stuff. Say it's about the same as Lapis. I think the repeat is slightly harder. I think I still like keep the repeat harder. Alright, so TNT block is also, whoa, 15 and 15. And this one I do feel like it's not necessarily that much easier for repeat. BA, wow. The only reason I would be easier, really, is because of temples. Because if you get it from a temple, then obviously you have all you need up front.
Yay, wow.
Wow. So, given that you're gonna make them, this is actually...
Yay.
You gotta get a significant amount of gunpowder if you're gonna make more. What is that? Twitch with lots of numbers. Twitch 30, 30, 40, 40. Thank you for the follow. And thank you, Fabian, for the wowing bits. Yeah, because potentially it's easier because you can find a temple. Potentially it's also harder because getting large amounts of gunpowder is really tough. The first one, you might use up the gunpowder that you already amassed this far.
Wowing bits.
Thank you. Yeah, the second one, then you have to go out and hunt for creepers, and killing, you know, I guess an average of 5 per block is a significant deal. I think maybe we'll keep it at 15-15. It's fine. And target block is a bunch of hay, which is a bunch of wheat, and a few redstone. It's an interesting one, but I don't think it's 15. And it's also probably easier to repeat. Actually, I should do this. But it was 15 and 15, so let's put that in for now. What is what? The spreadsheet? It's our tweaking numbers for all of the difficulty of items in Chosen. So the numbers here at the bottom represent how many you can get asked for any given day.
Whoa.
That was a reasonable way to say whoa. TTS guy is being reasonable for once. Yay.
Pause reminder.
Thank you. Is that from our last pause or just like regular? I think that's regular, right? Yeah. I'll keep going for a bit because our other pause was not that long ago.
Yay.
So I feel like maybe the first target block. So you need 9 wheat or hay that you found. Which is, where did we put bread? Did we just remove bread? No, we put bread here. So bread is 2, and that's 3. So then also you need the redstone. I mean, compared to a magma block. It's easier to... wow, voice. It's easier to repeat, but not necessarily that easy. Something like that, maybe? So you can get asked for 2 target blocks on day 3 in hard. Sounds pretty fair.
Wow, voice.
What? Thank you for the bits. Intonation, good. Bread is basically watching wheat grow. No, I mean, you can put down a composter and compost a bunch of leaves or a bunch of saplings or a bunch of... like a whole bunch of other stuff. I think it's fine. And like, we're starting target block starts at day 3 on hard and day 5 on easy, so I think it's decent. I don't want to get it too easy either. Okay, so 20 before. I feel like we're just like tweaking down difficulty of stuff now, but it might be fine. So we'll get harder things in the new tweaking, but then you can go play in medium or easy if it's too hard for you. Spectral arrow. Need more space in my spreadsheet. Hold on. Golden apple, golden carrot. Ooh. Emerald. Okay. So those were 20. Interesting. Maybe what I should be doing to set this up is this. Oh wait, what? I suppose, and then can I not move it? Oh, there we go. So these were worth 20 before, which is oddly high to me, considering that glowstone blocks are further down. What is that? Oh, I see. So for spectral arrows, you need arrows, which, to be honest, you've probably been like killing skeletons and stuff. Probably got a bunch of arrows by now. See you, Montresk. So the first one, you probably... First spectral arrow probably isn't that hard, because you probably have at least one arrow already. You get 2 spectral arrows for every craft, so it's kind of easier that way. And you need 4, which is the same as a glowstone block for it. So where's the glowstone block? Glowstone block is at 15 and 3. So I feel like this is... I'm actually thinking that maybe spectral arrows should be here with the quartz block and glowstone block. I don't think it's significantly harder. It's actually maybe easier to get 1, but then 2 is hard. Or maybe it's like a lapis block. It's a little harder to repeat. Because you need the more arrows, and those are what's going to be hard to repeat. And you're using up the arrows as you go along. You're probably not like saving them to hand them in, so that's another reason why arrows are the kind of harder part of it for repeating. So I think maybe they're the same as lapis rather than... I don't think they're like as high as cake. I think we do that. Okay, so golden apple. This is a tricky one because gold is much more frequent in the Nether update. Like, you can get golden blocks from the portals, you can get gold from new chests, you can get gold from Nether gold ore. Especially that last one, once you do have access to the Nether, it really ups your ability to quickly go and get a bunch of gold. On the other hand, getting more gold, if you're talking quantities of 8 gold ingots per craft here, getting more gold is actually approximately as hard as it was the first time. Like you do a bit of traveling to get to where you can find the gold, probably by going to the Nether. So it's a little easier to get the second. But not that much, because 8 ingots per each craft is significantly much. So I think maybe we'll do something like this. Golden apple. Oh. We'll reuse this column later. Golden carrot. So the gold is now much easier. The carrot is still just as hard. But once you have a carrot, you can easily grow it into more. What's this? We're tweaking the difficulty values for my chosen challenge, is what you're looking at. So, carrots are significantly harder to find, though. So maybe that still is a 20, but it's just much easier to repeat. So maybe it's like 20 and 5. which will lower the span where you will be able to get it. Is a golden apple really harder than TNT though? You don't think so? I think so. Unless you're lucky and find a bunch of TNT in a desert temple. I think the gold input for golden apples is significant. And we're talking pretty early in the game too. We're talking day 4. Day 4, by the way, while you've not been busy gearing up, you've been busy running around like crazy trying to get gods their items. So I mean, yeah, I think this is fair. Emeralds. Doesn't matter where I put them because they don't end up where I put them anyway, so fine. Surprising amount of times that I've needed emeralds, I've actually, in chosen test runs, I've actually ended up getting them from emerald ore. And I've seen, I think it was No Leaf, when he played one of his runs, he actually went and found emeralds ore as well for it. But just finding a village and you're done. And you can find them in shipwrecks. So I think this might be slightly hard, on the hard side. So do we? But you're basically forced to find one of 3 things. You're forced to find a village, a shipwreck, or an uncommon ore. So. I wonder if there's an item that is considerably harder to get 5 of than it's 5 times as hard to get 1 of. Yeah. I do think so, because I think there are a bunch of things that you're likely to have part of the resources for up front, but you will have to go and get more of. Like you're expending some of your gathered up resource to do the first one, but then it's harder. Enchanting tables would be one of those, I think. Because you're likely to you're likely to be sitting on a couple of diamonds, but you're not likely to be sitting on 8. Elytra, I don't necessarily think so. It's easier to find the second one because you can fly there. So if you need to hand in like 4 Elytra, you probably find 1 very difficultly, and then fly around finding 3 more pretty quickly. Emeralds, they're definitely easier once you find the first one. At least, unless you find one singular one in a chest, which is less likely. So, maybe... Maybe emeralds and golden carrots are the same. Whereas maybe emeralds are slightly harder to repeat. Normally. What he's saying, to be specific, is there an item that is super linear in its scaling? Alright, let's go do the next ones. Wither Star, yeah, maybe. Because, like, again, if you have a couple of skulls already. Alright. Cobweb. Hello? Can I type? What the heck? Cobweb. Grass block. Listening. Melon slice. Sorry, I'm just wrangling the spreadsheet a bit here. Slime ball. Interesting. Is there a new thing there? Banner pattern we tweaked a bunch recently. I feel like it's maybe a bit too high. It's probably a bit too high. Banner pattern. Fire charge. Ooh, interesting one. That's all. Okay, so cobwebs. Tricky ones because there are quite a few places where you can find them. You can find a zombie village or a mine shaft, basically, right? Or any other place? Igloo basements, mine shafts, woodland mansion. Yeah, Stronghold libraries. Yeah, that's unlikely. Okay. Yeah. So, of those, mine shafts feel like the common one, and then igloo if you're lucky and you spot it and you're in the right biome, or a zombie village if you're really lucky. You're not gonna find a woodland mansion. Strongholds, unlikely too. So these were 30 and 30 before. I'd actually say it's harder to. I think the 30 is probably pretty good. Maybe even more, actually, because like cobweb is one of those things that finding an actual mine shaft is pretty dang hard. And I'm saying maybe 40, but once you find it, not hard to get many. What? Oh. Like, once you find one cobweb, you likely have as many as you need. Hello? What the? Oh. I lost my connection to the spreadsheet. What the heck? Google, are you okay? Well, I think... See, Richter. I think if you're playing Chosen, you are expected to learn a little bit about what is expected, and so you are expected to gather cobwebs if you find them, or at least leave a couple so that you can come back for them. You might need the string, but at least you would grab up to 4. Or grab them so that you can convert them to string later. But yeah, you'd get at most 4, so like... And the span is short enough, like the span of days is short enough that you would never get them twice. So you either get like 1 or 4 on hard, or 1 or 3 on medium, or 2 or 4 on easy. Alright, grass block. That's an interesting one. I have specifically chosen not to include anything in the challenge that requires Silk Touch. So, of course, Silk Touch would make it trivial to get. It's also easier. I feel like it's more common now to get Silk Touch on tools. I think I've gotten it more because of nether stuff, but maybe not. It might just have been fluke too. Because it happened in the nether Triple H runs, obviously that makes it more significant. It's a much bigger event. Huh. I don't know, Zircon has a very wide range of stuff. Anyway, if you don't get a grass block by getting it with Silk Touch, then you get it by killing an Enderman who's holding it. In which case it's really bloody hard to get the second one. And by the time you reach here, you might already have gotten one from killing an Enderman. So the second one is potentially harder than the first one. So I'm considering just leaving them at 40, both. I think that's fair. Glistening Melon Slice. The entire difficulty of this is now getting the melon, which involves finding a jungle biome, finding a village, let's see, jungle biome, savanna villages, and the woodland mansion, or you find the seeds, and I believe... Where are the seeds? You can find those in Savannah and Desert Village Farm. Wait, I thought you could find them. Chest loot, dungeon, mineshaft, woodland mansion. Mineshaft most commonly. Okay, so there are a bunch of different ones. Grab everything in Horde? Yeah, that's kind of what you need to be doing, but you need to grab everything that you know might show up, not just everything, because then you will never be able to carry it around. Inventory management has actually been a fairly significant problem for me in my runs. And I have ended up dropping stuff that I then ended up needing. So yeah, it's not an easy thing, which is good, I think. The fact that you actually need to gather stuff, bring it back, and leave it, and then come back for it or whatever. Ooh, what happened there? So, given that you've gotten a melon, you get a bunch of slices at once, don't you? So the repeating thing is not very hard. A melon drops 3 to 7 melon slices, so basically you're almost a given. Maybe do something like this. Who's there? Oh my god, that's covering the entire thing up. Velvet!
4 months, sorry I missed most of the stream.
Oh, no worry. Thank you so much. 4 months, awesome. That is fantastic. Welcome here. I'm glad that you joined us. How does 10 repeat look in the table? Like this. That's not bad. What is the other one? It's cobwebs that we have for 40 and 5. One option is to change this to 10 and then have both glistening melon slices and cobwebs on that. Might be a thing. Like, one thing is if we have 2 narrow repeat, then basically the thing vanishes and is only possible on one certain day. Because it has to match pretty precisely what the difficulty is on that day. So increasing the repeat means that we get longer spans, which is kind of nice. This I think is good. 5 is pretty short, and I think that's okay. And then slice. I think I want to do that. I'm going to put it to the same. Lime ball goes here instead. So, getting slime balls then involves finding a swamp, finding a slime chunk, or buying them from a wandering trader. Also very unlikely and completely random. And that's all. There are no new ways to get slime, right? Or having a panda sneeze one. If anybody solves a chosen quest by having a panda sneeze being the sacrifice, I don't know. You're a VIP forever. That is impossible, Fabia. Difficulty is ever increasing. And the equation is linear. So basically the most likely way of getting a slime ball is to kill a slime. And if you find a slime to kill, you probably get more than one. Unless it's a panda, but no. But it's still decently hard to get more. Oh, this is interesting. 1-1. No, it's still not possible. It's a linear range. It starts the first day, ends at a later date, and it's ever increasing in between. This can happen though. Same count on several days. I mean, it's never going to happen that way because you have the cooldown for each individual item, but... Is this reasonable? I think maybe it is. Banner pattern was set to 40-40, and I don't know what I was thinking. No, it was set to 30-30, actually. Oh, these were 30, all of them. I've done this all wrong. Interesting. Does that change anything if they were 30 before? Maybe it does, because these were 20. Oh. So maybe these should be 30 and 5. And 30 and 30. Ah. Maybe that's good, because it makes a gap between these and the next ones. I think you don't understand what I mean, but probably doesn't matter for the result. I'm pretty sure I've understood what you meant, and I'm still... This is still impossible to get that result. It's possible in current chosen because the max value currently increases to 10 on 5k difficulty. Oh yeah, okay. That we might retweak. And we might think about, is there a win condition at some point? But the spreadsheet will tell us more about this kind of stuff. Okay, so banner pattern used to be 30 and 30. And that makes absolutely no sense to me. Because I think it was set because I thought, for some reason, that oxide daisies are less common than they are. But given that you find an oxide daisy, which is, in all honesty, at a bunch of days into this, pretty easy, and you can make a paper, which is trivial, then the whole thing becomes just trivial. So I think we'll just remove this. Unless we want a specific one, in which case they all become horrible. So I think there's no point in keeping these. Fire charge. So, there's a new ability to get fire charge, and it's from bartering. And you get quite an amount of them. Otherwise, you can get them from about half of the ruined portal chests, or you can craft them, which involves blaze powder. And so I think this difficulty was probably set from the fact that you could only get them using blaze powder, I guess. Can you get them in any other way? I feel like that's a low. Yeah, I don't think I want to do that, no answer. So I think the barter is like 16% or something like that. So you'd have to barter a bunch of times, but you get tons of them when you get them. Or you would get 1 to 5. That's actually a pretty difficult thing still, but if I was given the task of getting fire charges in the current version, I would just beelining it to the nether, mine a bunch of gold, and then trade and barter it all. That's what I would do. And if you craft it, you get 3. And if you barter, you get 1 to 5. So the repeat is basically non-existent. Which makes it a tricky item. I definitely feel like it's higher than 30 though. Like you could get with this set to 30, you can on hard you can get a fire charge request on day 5. Is there no trade for fire charges? I feel yeah, it's a ruined portal chest that gives it to you to huh. That's a really difficult one. I don't know why I put it this low. This is the first thing that involves you having to find and kill Blaze before this. Maybe I made it too easy now when I retweaked it for the nether. I think the repeat cost is really low though. Because even if you get it from killing Blazes, it's basically free. Oh, come on. But I'm actually thinking it might need to be more than 40. Where's Blaze Rod at? That's a good question. It's at 60. So I think this is set here because it's easier to get now because of bartering, and that is fair. We should maybe check the bartering loot table to see what kind of how common this is. Although this loot table is horrible. Because all the weights and stuff. So that's 5, 8, 10. We can get a fire charge 40. It's pretty common. It's one of the common ones at least. I have a... Where do you see that? Oh, because you're looking at bartering. Ah, smart. So about 10%-ish. So a little less. So you're expecting to trade like 11, 12 gold to get one trade. And if you get one trade, you're lucky to get enough for trading many. So actually, that's actually pretty significant. So we set to 30 before. I'm thinking more like something like 50 now. Like getting, if we're talking, if you get a repeat of it, to say like you have to hand in 4, then you're looking at trading maybe like between 16 and 20 gold for that. It's quite a lot. And just getting that on during a single day, managing to barter it all and get back and sacrifice your charges is pretty steep. If you didn't have a bunch already, which of course is the idea that you should be prepared. So maybe something like that. Maybe it's 50 and 30. And I've stuck on the wrong screen. Sorry. So maybe if it's 50, 30, then we get this layout. So sleigh 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can start getting them. What, the proof of strength? Yep. Pretty good stuff. All right, let's look at the next thing. Anvil, diamond jukebox, rabbit stew, music disc. Okay. Rabbit stew is an interesting one again. It's one of those, like, they're pretty horrible to get just because there's so many things in it. I feel like the stream delay just went to the roof at some point in the stream. Like, even for my own, and if you like reload the page, it catches up a whole bunch or something. It's like it had a hiccup at one point and it just stuck. All right, so these were actually 40/40 before. So, anvil. An anvil is one of those things, I feel like, that is much harder to get many of than it is to get only one. So if you're asked for one anvil, you take all your iron that you've gathered up until this point, you make an anvil, you cry a bit, and you sacrifice it. If you're asked for two anvils, you're crying a lot. And if you're asked for 4 anvils, you just throw up your hands and go like, ah, what the heck. Right? So I feel like many anvils is actually significantly harder than a few. Yeah. Changing the transcoding, yeah. I don't know what's up with that. It was really good at the start of the stream. Like, the stream delay was real small. But then I looked over when I took the break, and it was suddenly a lot. So, an anvil, obviously 40 times of one iron ingot. Basically, yeah, kind of. But then, doing it over... Maybe it's actually a little easier. I think maybe it's not quite 40 on the first one, but on the other hand, the other ones feel like they're harder. Downside of this is the span when you can get asked for anvils gets really long. But one of the things I feel like I want to do is I think I want to up the cooldown in the number of days that that certain item can be. Pulse and Pulse was like super short-lived on Hermitcraft, was he? Or was he ever? Pulse never joined Hermitcraft, did he? Pulse was just on Minecraft. It was B-dubs and Etho that switched to Hermitcraft. Pulse was one of those people who like quit Minecraft for the longest time, and then when it like resurged, suddenly he was playing Minecraft again and acting like he never quit. So diamonds were 40 and 40. Is this the way it should be? I think it is. I feel like these might be okay-ish values. Maybe because there's so many things that you want diamonds for, you're unlikely to keep the diamonds around if you find a bunch. So, like, if you get 4 diamonds out of a vein, you're likely to use 3 for a pickaxe. And anybody who's ever tried to get rush to an enchanting table know how frustrating it is and how easy it is to not get lots of diamonds at once. So I feel like possibly we just leave it at 40-40, even though it's like weird. And obviously a jukebox needs to be exactly the same as a diamond, so we can take that away from its own column. This is interesting. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, so we probably don't have time to even get to any kind of Minecraft playing today, which is weird. Then we'll maybe keep this as 40-40. Rabbit stew? What the heck is in a rabbit stew? I always forget. All of the things. Baked potato, carrot, cooked rabbit, brown mushroom, and a bowl. All of the rabbits. Okay, so... Oh no, it's any type of mushroom. So you need potato, carrot, mushroom, rabbit. All of those are kind of rare things. But... So is it 40? This is kind of the only Minecraft recipe that actually kind of resembles a full dish. Funny. I feel like once you have those ingredients, it's not necessarily that hard to make a second. So maybe the repeat is fairly low. The only thing that would be hard to repeat, obviously the rabbit, but then if you found a rabbit, you probably found more. But the mushrooms are not necessarily that easy to get. Cool. We played spreadsheets for the whole stream. That was unexpected. Don't you eat 3 straws of wheat every morning? Oh, would you know that? Maybe I do. Yeah, like rabbit stew is like all the things. Mix it up, make a recipe. Mushroom stew is like this and this. Music disc. These are pretty tricky, especially if you're not like really used to Minecraft. Especially also if you don't have good gear, because like if you're doing this out in the open and in a night, it's like you're likely to get like stuff shooting you in the back, and it's super annoying. They're definitely not easier to get the second one, because there's no real good repeatable way normally. So I'm thinking maybe music disc just stays with the diamond and the jukebox at 40 and 40. The interesting thing of this tweaking is also like some of these, the ones that have the long streaks here, are gonna get more common. Like through a chosen playthrough, you're more likely going to be at some point asked to sacrifice a music disc now, rather than a rabbit stew, which is interesting. You can build a mob farm, mob sorter, a music disc producing chamber. Oh, this is fantastic. A likely thing by day 5 when you've been running around trying to gather cooked chicken for the gods. Alright, what's next? Man, we're only like halfway through too. This is crazy. Wow. Wait, shroom lights? Here? Alright, so Nautilus shell at 60. These are... Actually, that's another one that's probably, like, super linear. Anyway, we'll write this. Nautilus shell? Bread lover! What a perfect name for right now. We've been talking about all the food. Thank you for the follow. Blaze rod. Gilded blackstone. That's an interesting one. Obsidian. That I feel like could be easier. Shroom light. We'll probably fold a bunch of these into earlier things now. Saddles. And that's all on 60. Okay. Okay, Nautilus shell. These are tricky. You can fish for them. You can kill drowned, which is not fun. No, it feels like... So fishing is about a 14% chance if you get treasure, which you likely don't unless you have a really good fishing rod. So unless you have like a really good fishing rod, fishing for Nautilus shells is not really viable to get enough in a day. You can kill drowned, but only 3% of them have a Nautilus shell. So the chance that you might get one in a day that way, not very likely. And you can get them from wandering traders. Wait, are there no Nautilus shells in any chests? Okay, Nautilus shells are actually a pretty dang brutal thing to be asked for. If I was asked for a Nautilus shell, I would probably fish the entire day and then swim around the entire night trying to find a drown. I mean, I guess it's decently okay to find the first one if you have one night to go for it, but like finding 4, that's super hard. And ideally, these challenges should be of the type that you can reasonably do it in a day. I think we might just remove the Nautilus shell, to be honest. I'm not happy with how that looks. That would be tough with a drowned farm, yeah. I mean, it depends on how efficient your drowned farm is. If you have a really good one, it shouldn't be a problem, but... I think that goes. Blaze rods. I mean, a bunch of things keep getting added to Night Fighter, so... I think it's okay. Blaze rods. So we were talking 60 and 60. On the other hand, if you get all the way to... I feel like 60 might be on the low end, because you have to find a fortress, which is a significant undertaking. On the other hand, 60 for repeat is on the high end, because once you find them, you just kill more. And even though that's hard, if you don't have the equipment and stuff, it's certainly not like it's not a huge deal. The real hard thing is finding the fortress and getting there in time. I mean, if you're talking a few blaze rods, you don't really need to have a blaze spawner, but I see your point. But I feel like the repeat value is super low. But maybe the actual start value is high. What is this? This on hard it gives you day. It's 8. That's not too bad actually. I guess it's fair that you still do need to spend a fair amount of time grinding for the actual blaze rods, and if you probably don't have like fire resist or anything at this point, so. Well, he and I both know about luck with fortresses lately. Although mine was mostly in a previous version, still. So Gilded Blackstone. Kind of same deal, to be honest. It's pretty hard because you need to find a bastion, and then you need to mine it without getting pummeled by piglins. But it's significantly easier to find another one once you have that. So I'm thinking we'll put it here. Put it with the blaze rods. Obsidian feels way easier. So you can get obsidian by getting some diamonds and mining it. We're talking about day 9 here for the blaze rods and stuff. Way faster to get the obsidian. And if a diamond sacrifices 40, then once you've done this, it's easier. Also, you could get it in chests, and also you can get it from bartering, even though, as I've proven with my Nether Triple H runs, that's not consistent and not fun to be going for. So feeling like that obsidian is way easier. Maybe like down here, like cobwebs, maybe. Something's gone horribly wrong if you have access to blaze rods before obsidian. Not necessarily. It could be a lot of pressure from trying to get stuff for gods and stuff, and you wouldn't necessarily. Now you could bucket yourself into the Nether and not care about getting obsidian, and then sacrifice all your diamonds in jukebox form or something. And I've had it happen, and it's normal, but I think difficulty-wise, getting asked for obsidian on day 5 is more reasonable than on day 8. In hard. That's what we're talking about. Shroom lights. Yeah, you just like make yourself a bucket of nether portal fluid and go like. Shroom lights. Same deal. If you're in the nether, you got it. And we had the fire charges here. And here, these things are also like, okay, yes, you have to travel a little bit. Which maybe you don't have to for these. But you need to find one out of the 2 out of 5 biomes. So it's a little harder than these. So maybe it's like more like 20-30 somewhere. But then once you have it, you have all of them. Maybe it's about the same as a golden carrot. It's a little harder maybe. About the same as obsidian. Because once you find the biome, you're done. And I do think it's fairly easy in the current. It goes in there. Saddles. This is what you would call instrumental normally, yes. Most people do not have your hypersensitivity to voice. Hey, Taco. Okay, saddles. You can get them in a whole ton of chests. You can fish for them, although fairly unlikely. You can trade for them, although you have to level up a leather worker all the way, which is garbage. Or... right? I think. And... you could find it on... well, Ravager is stupid, but you could find it on a... Strider, which is not fun. So unless you found it in a chest, in which case it's most likely like a desert temple that you found or a village. What do you do then? You go fishing for it again. Or you just travel to try to find more stuff to... I think if you get saddles, you try to find them. But, like, again, saddles... probably one of those things that you might have one, but it's going to be hard to do more. So it's like an anvil in that way, but it might be harder to get the first one than an anvil. On music disc? Maybe... big brain power. I'm thinking... so it used to be 60 and 60. I don't know. I feel like I want the repeat to be higher than the original. I'm a little worried that that might make them just very common, but maybe it isn't that big of a problem. As long as we increase the cooldown so that you don't get it like 3 times or something. So if we have 60 as the repeat, then you can get it over the course of... what is this? It's 10 days basically. Yeah. So the cooldown needs to be like something like 6 days or something. So patrol spawn. Does it necessarily matter because they're so unreliable, and defeating a raid is a pretty major undertaking. Ariana, thank you for the follow. So, I think if you get 1 or 2, then maybe you're like likely to have them already by this time. If you get more, then it's gonna be tricky. So, I kind of think the more is harder. So it should happen later. I think maybe looking at this, one of the things that you probably want to do in a good run is you probably want to try to actually like gear up with a really good fishing rod. You want to be working on making that, which is kind of odd, but fine, I suppose. Oh man, it's actually getting pretty late. We're not even through. We're through maybe 3/4 or something. Cookie. Favorite one. Bamboo. Heart of the sea. Honeycomb. I think it's really late for that, and crying obsidian. Alright. And poisonous potatoes are going away. We have a bunch of more on 100 then. Okay. Cookies! So these were 75 and 75. Bamboo and Heart of the Sea are almost, feel like identical, kind of. Once you have one cookie, you're likely to have more, I guess. I feel like cookies is one of those things where whenever it shows up, it's pretty difficult to find, and it doesn't really matter how many you got. And this is day 10, 9 or 10 when you can start getting cookies. The difficult part is just basically either trading up for it or finding a jungle. Because crafting it is trivial and you get 8 for it, so it's basically a non-repeat. And if you, how many do you get if you trade? You get 18. So it's either, it's actually, it doesn't matter how many you get, it's equally difficult every time. So it's basically 1, but then it disappears entirely, so we can't do that. I think this is fair. So, or we did that, it's just 1 day, which is a little sad because it gives so uncommon then. The game only gets 1 chance at trying to give you that, but other ones have more. Fabian, because it was a spam bot phrase at some point. So we got like spammed with it, like hundreds of people saying it once. Or people. That's why most of the phrases are there, to be honest. I don't generally blacklist phrases that much. Okay, bamboo, heart of the sea, honeycomb, and crying obsidian. Bamboo is kind of the same. It's a tricky one to get. You get it from a chest and a shipwreck or buried treasure, yes. Or a jungle. So it's kind of the same. And then it's dirt easy once you have it. So I think we maybe just do the same here. I have no idea either. It's just basically, I think the botnets are basically... They're just made to allow whoever fancies to just say whatever from 400 different bots at once. And some people find that enjoyable, I suppose. Will never understand why people, what the people find enjoyable about it, because it's like, I guess they're trying to elicit a reaction from streamers or something. Jungle are crazy hard for me to find, I suppose. But you can't, like, so let's look that up actually, just to back it up with numbers. So bamboo, shipwrecks, 15% of them. That's pretty low actually. You can also find it while fishing in jungle biomes, but that's garbage, because then if you're in the jungle biome you can already find them. Or kill poor pandas. But then you're already in a jungle as well. Okay, so that's actually arguably harder, that because basically you're finding a jungle or you're finding quite a few shipwrecks, which is, but I mean, this is also day 8 or 9 on hard. But then once you found it, it's super easy to grow more, so I don't know. Cookies are kind of the same, like finding a jungle, or well, I guess it's journeyman level farmers, so you're unlocking it a fair bit. Maybe this should be more difficult on the first. Maybe this is like 100 on the first, and then we ended up with it there. So maybe something like this. And this is day 5. This is day 9 and 10, is it? Maybe that's a good thing. See you, Kendo. Have a good night. Heart of the Sea. Now, obviously those are pretty tricky, but you are guaranteed one per bird treasure, so it's not terribly hard to find them. The problem is you have to find the maps. But they are definitely equally hard to find the first as the next one. And the chance that you have one already is quite low, I would say, so you might as well just have the map, but who knows. So I think we'll just keep them at 75 each. Honeycombs. I saw No Leaf, failed on that. He also did find a bee nest very late in the day and hadn't been keeping track of them, so I think that's... I'm actually pretty okay with that difficulty. Also, getting more of them isn't necessarily easy. Actually, possibly getting more of them is harder than getting one, because you gotta then be near 2 nests at once, which isn't necessarily that easy. On the other hand, I feel like 75 is pretty harsh. You get 3 combs per harvest, that's true. Maybe this shouldn't be honeycombs, maybe this should be honey bottles. Because then you just get 1. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? And then I feel like 75 is I feel like 75 is high for that. Voice. Dry voice. Turning to the dark side. Alright, so... I am thinking about lowering this for a fair bit. I feel like a honey bottle is more like a day 5 thing than a day 10 thing. To be completely honest. We should make this maybe somewhere about 40-ish. If you don't already have bees, you're pretty screwed. I don't think so. If you need to know about the rough location of a biome with a bee's nest, which I think is a thing that you should be looking for. Like, it's a little like saying if you don't already have, you know, a village, you're screwed if when you want cookies. If you find them with more than a minute left or something, natural bees pretty uncommon, not considering how much you travel in Chosen, I wouldn't say. But yeah, maybe a thing that you should be looking at is trying to get bees. But yeah, maybe it's a little harder. But I definitely don't want it too late. Because like the only difficulty is finding the bees, right? There's no difficulty in getting the materials involved. It's a campfire, or not even that. But probably a campfire if you need more of them. Maybe it's one of those where we increase the difficulty of the second one, because the first one is like more likely. So this is exactly like a saddle then. I think so. And we changed it from a honey comb to a honey bottle. Really now? I mean, a part of sacrifice, or chosen, I think, is to prepare for things. Hold on, what would you say? View freeze. What do you call them? Cool. That might be useful. Weston, thank you for the follow. I don't always stream spreadsheets. Alright, so crying obsidian then. We had at 60-60. Which I feel is like maybe... It's definitely easier to get the second one, but not necessarily that easy. I am tweaking the difficulty values of items for one of my challenge games. So this is like balancing the items. Okay then. I don't know if I agree with that, Fabian. I feel like I am setting up farms, and I am, you know, not automated farms, but farming for items. I am clearing out areas. I'm doing stuff. I'm setting up travel routes between villages and stuff. Yes, it's not specifically prepared for this or that, but obviously you're not going to be able to do it perfectly. But if there wasn't space above where I'm managing to do it now, then it wouldn't be an interesting challenge. Like if I would be able to, like, with my 5 or 6 or 7. It's probably 10 or whatever. But like with a relatively low amount of practice runs, able to set up stuff perfectly, then it's too easily tweaked. God's Wrath is taking away from your max health. So every time you fail, you lose 2 of your max hearts, and obviously the gods are very disappointed. The Crying Obsidian at 60 and 30 feels decent. You can get it in chests, you can get it through bartering, although it's a pain, and you can get it through the ruined portals and mining it up there. But probably the most likely way to get it is through bartering. And you have about a 10% chance there again. What was the other thing that we put there? Fire charges. So we put those at 50 and 30. But you can also craft those, yeah. You're not very likely to find Crying Obsidian in chests, and if you find it, it's only in bastions. But you can also find it in ruined portals, and to be honest, that's the most likely way to find it, especially in the overworld. They're decently easy to spot in the ocean. So in that way it's a little easier, but then you have to have a diamond pick. Maybe it's just the same as fire charges, to be honest, because they're they're a little different, but it feels about the same. We'll put that as the same. We'll reuse this. Jesus. Voice giving up. It is very late. Jesus, sorry. You make the sacrifice by going back to the altar where you started the game and throwing the item onto that altar. And then it takes away that count of items from the stack that you throw there. So we're at 100. There's a fair number of things left. I don't know how long I want to continue this, because I do need to get up in the morning. Let's maybe do the 100s too. So there's poisonous potatoes. Those are going away. The only thing you could possibly do for poisonous potatoes is make sure that you only ever get 1. But I don't know, like, I feel like it's just bad every time. Every time I've seen people get poisonous potatoes, it's just like random. We'll skip them. Name tags. Awkward potions. So that enforces brewing. Bell. Bell is a pretty cool one. I like seeing No Leaf trying to get that. And it's again one of those things. I think you need to be traveling a lot. I think you need to be mapping out villages. I think you need to be taking bells preemptively from villages and stuff like that. So those are the only things on 100 that we had, and then we had 2 on 150, which was an enchanted book. And magma cream. Magma cream is potentially easier to get now. So we should maybe discuss that. But okay, awkward potions. They are definitely easier to get more once you've started getting them. So this was 100 and 100, but there's basically nothing now on the second. I think he, because he is so unused to playing in newer version, and especially doesn't have any experience playing 116 snapshots, I think he suffered quite a lot from his lack of experience on that. But I think once he learns that kind of like where to get things and stuff, he would be a lot more effective in those things. And there's quite a few, like it's not much that was the difference between him doing a lot better, I think. We do that. These two are basically the same, 1 and 3, for awkward potions, because you'll brew them 3 at a time. It's only a problem if you get 4 and then you'll have to brew 2. I think maybe that's a good span. Also, just the lowering of the max count from 5 to 4 I think is going to be very, very, very impactful, because getting 5 of something difficult like a bell is really hurts you. The animation for sacrifices could be a ton better in many different ways. I don't see any reason why it couldn't non-answer. The problem is working with the world gen and trying to get it to where you want is probably a lot of work, but it's doable. Bells at 100. This is definitely just as hard to get the next one. Potentially harder. It's one of those again, like you might know where one village is at this point. I'm actually gonna put up the second one. Because like you might have grabbed all the bells that you found and you got a couple. But then the next one, oh boy, it's either a super expensive trade or it's find a new village. Both of those are pretty harsh. Cookies are already on here. I don't want cocoa beans because I don't want things that are strictly given in just one biome. What are exactly the things that you want to do? I know about the biome sizes, but I also know that basically nobody understands how the multiplayer noise biome source works. Is this a reasonable set for bells? I think it might be. So at day 9 you can get asked for 1 bell. I don't know actually. Getting many bells probably requires having a super good like trading setup or something. It would be interesting actually to play Chosen with a really big team, because then you'd get huge requests for lots of items, so you'd have to really scale up stuff. That could be really cool. Like to have, because then you could spare somebody who could like, okay, you're just gonna, I'm gonna go work on like getting a super good village set up, and you're gonna go work on getting like a mob farm going and stuff like that. So that could be really cool. Increase dungeon rate and no mine shafts or something. Okay. Interesting. Obviously, I can't say anything about what's coming and stuff, but we'll find out soon enough. Enchanted book. I know it was using tiny bombs. 1,000 people instantly assembling a church creeper farm to get the better pass. Diamond ore is it requires silk touch, and I've tried to stay away from requiring silk touch. I've seen you post about it, no answer. So enchanted books. Well, enchanting tables are on the next levels. They're on 200. So enchanted books you could trade for, or you could find, I guess, or you could enchant them yourself, of course, if you have an enchanting table. But once you have one, the next one is pretty easy afterwards, isn't it? And it was on 150 actually, which puts the first one a day like lots. So if the first one is 150, it's gonna be like day 10 things. Maybe that's okay. It hasn't felt too early or too late to me, to be honest, but it's you tend to react the other way normally. Like, you react when things are too hard, not when things are too easy. Whenever something is too easy, you just go, oh, phew, thank you. That's your only reaction. So... that's actually a kind of nice aspect too. I don't necessarily mind that there are days when you go like, oh, nice, I got a break. Obviously, it's nicer if stuff is evenly balanced. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. If you want that, you could have a 1% chance for the gods to have mercy and not demand anything for the day. Yeah, but the thing is, a core design thing for this is to have it be like a good thing for competition and stuff, and I don't really like the idea that it varies that much. I don't think so, Nabnaf. I mean, we have this already, which, like, the difficulty rises at different speeds for the different difficulties and stuff, so I think that's fine. I think that suits what we need. So, Magma Cream. So, obviously you can craft it, and blaze rods are here somewhere already. But you can also barter for them now. And then you have the same, I think. Oh, no, it's a 5% chance. So it's much harder to get that. On the other hand, if you do get it... so you'd expect to trade like 20 items or something, but you'll likely end up trading more, to be certain. You can find them in bastion chests about a third of the time. But on the other hand, I feel like magma cubes are easier to find now too. Still, it's a pretty difficult item, to be completely honest. So maybe it warrants having the 150. Once you get one though, you're likely to be in a position where you can get more. Decently easy, but maybe not trivially easy. Yeah. Yeah, but this feels like a decent set of days. It's a little day 11 to the day 14 is when you can start getting magma creams. And that's about what we had before. Yeah, that's okay. Well, I hate to do this because I would have loved to finish this. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it had, but obviously also this is why I didn't do this before, because it's a ton of work, but I think it's improving stuff a lot. So I think we'll call it here. Obviously, we'll keep working on it. But this is pretty cool. Yeah. Does it end or does it repeat the sacrifices? So this is the difficulty of the sacrifice, and that those are counted towards the items. So these are the days. So on day 19, I can get asked for 3 of whatever this is. Awkward potions. We could pin this. 1 row. So I get asked for 3 awkward potions, 3 name tags, 1 heart of the sea, 4 cookies or bamboo, 2 saddles or honey bottles, and that might be the latest. 3 diamonds, jukeboxes or music discs, 3 anvils, fire charges, 4 fire charges or crying obsidian, 4 grass blocks, and so it goes on like that. The thing is, as this difficulty increases, you get asked for either more or harder things. And it keeps going until you just can't keep up. That's the idea. Obviously, there may be a win condition if you're godlike at playing. I've not seen anyone be even remotely near it yet. But obviously, since there's now an easy difficulty in this, it's going to be much more possible. And then probably what we'll do is once you hit a certain date when... or it's a certain difficulty level when the numbers just don't add up anymore and there's basically nothing else to ask you for, then probably not worthwhile to just say, hey, you've won, you're now favored forever or something. So the idea though is that this is a staying power competition. Your score at the end of the game is the amount of time that you stayed alive. So yeah. If you want to try it, there is a version already that you can try. It doesn't have this tweaking, obviously, because it's not even done. But there's a it has been out already. There is a version out for previous versions of Minecraft, and there is a preview version out for 1.16 too. So like, it's possible to try this if you want. Anyway. That was a lot of not playing Minecraft. I'm sorry. Not what I expected. Oh well. What can you do, eh? Look, Minecraft. Lots of Minecrafting going on. Now we saw Minecraft a bunch. Anyway, let's have a look at who's online, shall we? Do a raid, because raids are cool. Yeah, the poisonous potatoes are gone. We ain't doing that no more. I tried. I failed to make them interesting in the game. They're going away. Oh, man. Alright, we are gonna do a raid. I hope you enjoy. Please say hi from me, and I'll see most of you, I hope, on Saturday when we'll be live on Legacy again. I'm trying to catch up on videos and stuff, but it's been a ton of stuff lately, so we'll see. I'll try to get back on track. Catch you all later. Please enjoy the raid.